珍惜这段就和他们4个一起做队友的这个时光。
印象最深刻是最近的一个补丁里面，对路安拉7级天赋的一个改动，他是把2个天赋的颜色给互换了，让我感到非常的震惊。
最深的世俱杯吧。
就世俱杯观众在下面喊的时候是我印象最深的，这是为中国队加油呐喊的时候。虽然最后韩国队都赢了。
2016年有很多新皮肤、新英雄，还有重做了很多英雄。然后最好的一件事情的话，我觉得是有一个世俱杯这种世界级的一些赛事的加入。
觉得在世俱杯期间，我们所有的解说和选手齐聚一堂的时刻都非常的美好，然后也是让人印象比较深刻。
当我们中国队获得优势的时候，那个全场的欢呼声，就感觉中国的风暴英雄的玩家的心都连在了一起。
就还是很感谢这些能一直看比赛啊、玩风暴英雄的这些玩家，因为有了这些玩家，让我们也有动力。希望更多的玩家能够加入风暴英雄。
感谢这么久以来支持风暴英雄、支持我们，还有支持所有战队的那些粉丝，觉得他们是最辛苦的人，然后非常感谢他们，然后其他的就是愿这个游戏越来越好，
希望玩的人越来越多吧。然后谢谢他们对我们一直大的支持，就是最近成绩也不是特别好，一直就是支持我们，谢谢他们。
感谢大家一直对我们的支持，然后2017，请大家一直坚持风暴英雄这个游戏。
2017年因为有那个网易和暴雪的那个扶持嘛，然后可能会有更多的俱乐部然后加入到风暴英雄，然后风暴英雄目前的俱乐部也会更加的稳定，然后选手的就是生活状态和训练环境应该也会更好吧，就整体的环境，风暴英雄的整体环境都会要大幅度的提升一次，然后希望风暴英雄2017年能加入更多星际英雄吧，我比较喜欢星际。
明年有那个网易和暴雪爸爸支持的那个 HGC 联赛，对那个战队扶持那个计划，感觉对风暴信心越来越好。
2017年我个人想法是，我们 S Team 一定要拿的成绩比今年要好。
2017年希望我们队伍会拿到很好的成绩吧，反正还是冠军。
2017年我希望我还是能和我的队友一起进入一些世界性的比赛，然后去见一些更多的地方，然后最好是能够拿一个好的成绩，然后实现我们每个人的梦想。
我觉得2016年的话，我们也是经历了很多，失去了很多，但是我相信有暴雪和网易的支持，在2017年 HGC 的计划一定会给风暴英雄一剂强心针，也一定可以留住更多的选手和解说。我相信我们中国战队会在2017年取得更好的成绩。
因为我个人是一名风暴的解说，然后我对比赛会比较感兴趣一些。我希望呢，这个游戏可以增加一些，就是增加比赛可以用的 BP 系统、观战系统以及 OB 系统。
2017的话，希望更多的英雄能来到时空枢纽吧，然后有更好的机制，风暴英雄越做越好。
希望2017年的话，也会有更多类似的比赛，也有更多的新英雄，可以供更多的玩家去选择去玩。
这个展望，我感觉我不能说，还是让他说。
希望就是比赛越来越豪华，我们战队实力越来越强，然后英雄出的越来越多，越来越好玩。好，你可以反着说一下，我觉得。
不。
我代表一四大所有队员，祝大家新年快乐，万事如意，鸡年大吉。
我的心里只有风暴英雄，2017风暴英雄使我更快乐。
祝所有风暴玩家新年大吉，万事如意，风暴要火。
2016风暴要火，2017风暴肯定火，祝大家新年快乐。
我们爱风暴，耶！
祝大家在新的一年联赛当中，每盘碰到的队友都是像瑞奇一样，每盘碰到的对手都是像四大才子一样。祝大家鸡年大吉！
祝所有的风暴玩家鸡年大吉！
新年快乐，万事如意，鸡年大吉，风暴要火！
新年大吉！
各位星际争霸的观众朋友们，各位网易的游戏玩家们，大家好，我是小色。
大家好，我是91。
在新的一年，我也不知道网易的哪个人想出来的，让我们来祝福，就特别让我来祝福啊，这不。当然呢，没办法，我这个还是要祝福一下大家。那我就在2017年祝福大家，找不到女朋友的就找不到女朋友啊，赚不到钱的也赚不到钱，剩下的好像穷和女朋友都有了，其他也不需要什么了吧？啊，当然游戏水平可能会越来越低。
我觉得你说的东西都错的。我应该祝大家在2017年有一个好的身体，毕竟身体才是第一位。然后祝大家在工作事业上都能够，包括学习上都能够更加上进。
最后呢，我们还是祝大家新年快乐吧！新年快乐，快乐，快乐，快乐！
Alright. Hello everybody, I'm Firebat. I will be casting for you guys today. I think I'm supposed to start talking now. I'm not sure. I don't get any cues from anybody, so we're just kind of freeballing it, but this is NA versus CN. It is a premier level tournament, which means it's kind of on the level of like BlizzCon and what sort of thing like that. So huge prize pool, lots of money. What was it? Like 1,500 RMB for round 1, which translates to a lot of dollars, basically, is what it comes down to. So I imagine we are getting started really soon. Yeah, we have the people that are doing my job in China for the Chinese getting into their analytical portion. So I imagine they're talking about the players, so I'm going to try and do a similar sort of thing here. So first up, from our side, or Team USA, Team America. Well, not just USA. We have some Canadian representative here. We have Cydonia, the lone hope of Canada in the North American Hearthstone scene. Recent accomplishments, including top 8 at BlizzCon, the Hearthstone World Championship. You may have recognized him from there. But he didn't stop at just that. He also was in China recently doing the Hearthstone All-Stars, and he made it to the finals where he was taken down by Jason Zhao. But yeah, here again, we're just going to go over the prize pool distribution. Round 1, 1,500 RMB. Round 2, 150 RMB. Round 2, 150 RMB. Round 3, 150 RMB. So it's a tournament played 3 times, basically, which I think is interesting how they do that in China. Because, you see how, like, Hearthstone goes sometimes, and, like, one guy gets lucky and wins a tournament. Well, in Hearthstone in China, they run the tournament back 3 times. So you got to be pretty lucky to win 3 times in a row. So it's an interesting little way to do the tournament, and this is just explaining conquest here. You ban one, and then you got to win with all the other ones. You get a little V there. It's kind of like a check mark, and that means your class made it through. So you got to win once with all of the classes you bring. You get 1 ban of one of your opponent's classes. Yeah, guy banned Priest. I doubt we'll see that. We're probably going to see some Shaman bans coming out from either side, but it'll be interesting if someone does ban Priest, like the example video. But yeah, back to the players. So, Cydonia, Chalky, Reynad, Dog, Frozen represent Team America, North America. Canada, USA, all that good stuff. And then from the Chinese team, they have, I'm going to butcher some names, so I apologize right off the bat, but they have Omega Zero. You may have recognized him from BlizzCon, and he's been winning multiple Gold Series and is the #1 point holder in China for many months, including last year. And then they have Hope, who is not as well known. He's one of the more kind of like unknown players from their lineup. But all of the players from the Chinese team had to win a Gold Series or get top 4 in a Gold Series to qualify to this in the last one. So they've all at least won a tournament in the last few months or placed well in one. Then next up is Lovely Chuk from the Chinese team. He won EU versus CN, winning the Ferrari and becoming the highest prize money earner in all of Hearthstone with one tournament win. That was ridiculous. The Ferrari was estimated at like 200-something thousand US, and then the prize pool on top of that was like a couple 100,000 or something. So absolutely ridiculous. And they have LVGE is one of the core players and coaches from Team Chosen One. So he's kind of fallen into more of a coach role. But here, they're going over it in Chinese right now. So they're starting with Omega Zero, it looks like. We kind of briefly already went over him. But yeah, he's kind of like the all-star in China right now. The Chinese Kalento of 2014. And there is WeX Hope from Team WeX. So kind of the newcomer of the Chinese crew here. He hopes to do well. He defeated Lovely Chuk recently, but he's not like a solid all-around performer that you're going to see everywhere. He's not like a staple household name. Lovely Chuk, able to win, that EU versus CN that I was talking about earlier, taking that Ferrari. And this is LVGE. And he's the guy that's a coach gone player, looking to try and build a name for himself instead of just being in that coach role. And then, I must have missed the Jason Zhao one. Jason Zhao is also on the Chinese team. He's from BlizzCon. All right, Sidonia. Sidonia is from BlizzCon, 5th through 8th at BlizzCon Hearthstone World Championship. Other than that, he hasn't had any other tournaments except the one other one he's played in, which was the All-Stars. So he's had kind of like 3 tournaments, the qualifier to BlizzCon, and then the Hearthstone All-Stars. And he's done well in all of them. So not a lot of results, but consistent in the results he has. Frozen hasn't had any real recent great results, but has been a really strong performer in the past. Chalky. He won DreamHack Austin back in 2016 in I think it was May. But other than that, has been just kind of off the radar since then. Frozen, Chalky, Dog, Rayned, all of their last tournament was kind of, what was it? It was DreamHack Winter they all played in, and they all got eliminated in groups. And then Seat Story they all played in, and they all also didn't do so hot. I think Rayned was the only one that made it out of Group Stage 1. Or Dog might have made it out of Group Stage 1 too, but they all eventually fell in group stages at that. Rayned, he did well in China. China's been the scene Rayned's been doing well in out of all of the scenes, which is pretty interesting. He's been mainly focusing on esports in China rather than esports in other parts of the world, and he's put up decent results in the Chinese leagues. So it's interesting that he prioritizes playing over there instead of in the North American scene. But if we look at North American accomplishments, he just hasn't competed in anything except Seat Story Cup, where he was able to. He made it out of my group over me, so I got destroyed by the Noodle at Seat Story Cup. All of these players, even though they haven't had many standout performances recently on the North American team, they're all good players. So I'd say if anyone I would elect team captain, or say is currently the guy that's the spotlight player right now from the North American team, I'd have to put it on Sidonia. He's had the best tournament performances lately. But the thing about Sidonia is he's kind of untested. He's a little bit of a loose cannon. You look at him and you see 3 tournaments, and he's got a win and then a top 8 at BlizzCon, which granted it's only top 8, which isn't spectacular. But it's BlizzCon, so that makes it a big deal. And then you got a second place after that. So he's got the hottest record as of late And then conversely, looking at the lineup from... Oh. What's going on here? Dog. I have no idea. He didn't say anything. All right, so it looks like Dog is going to be the player from the North American side up against LVGE. So Dog, the captain from NA versus CN #1, which was over a year ago, up against LVGN. And it looks like Dog's Warrior has been banned and LG's Mage appears to be banned, which is interesting. It's not even a Shaman ban coming out of the gate, so these players have some sort of bold next level strategy going on here or something. Alright, looking confident. Sweatpants and... Dog always wears those moccasin slipper shoes. I can't... I don't know. I can't get behind that. It feels too much like flip-flops, you know? Alright. Those are some nice chairs. I know my good friend Doug at ESL has a series where he talks about chairs and esports. I wonder how I'd rate these chairs. Not a lot of back support in the chairs, right? Because they're so deep, but still, like, looks fairly comfortable. You need a good chair when you play Hearthstone so you can sit back and think, you know? Get really into the game. Are those strawberries out on that table? Doesn't look like anybody's eating them, but I've never been given strawberries in the middle of a cast before. I'd quite enjoy that. Like, I'm not a big fruit guy, but at the same time, when you're sitting there in between breaks, there's nothing to do. Grab some snacks. It doesn't look like they've touched them at all, though. These are some intense player books, by the way. I'm glad I didn't have to read one of those books to talk about the players. Holy smokes. They go hardcore with these, There are strawberries. Look at that. There's chocolate, too. Is that white chocolate, or is that... Wow, look at that. That's fancy. I appreciate that. It's production quality. I should have went. Probably should have showed up. We got some chocolate and strawberries. I think they have deck list books. Those are fancy. I didn't get a deck list book, so I kind of like not having a deck list book, though. We could just kind of talk about what the player's thinking about the other player's deck. You get into that little metagame there when you don't really know each other's decks, because I believe the players don't know each other's decks. Which, when the players don't know each other's decks, they got to kind of discover it on the fly. And so we're going to be discovering it on the fly just alongside them. So we can really get in sync with the player and just become the player. And it'll be an intense experience. But yeah, I think they're discussing the players' decks with one another. We don't even know the classes. Looks like the girls versus the boys. All right. So, Dog versus the coach from the Chinese team. The coach. LVGE. Favorite classes are Priest, Rogue, Mage, Druid, and Warlock. He took that question a little far. I don't know if you can ask someone what their favorite class is and they respond with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He responded with Priest, Rogue, Mage, Druid, and Warlock. Yeah, 5 answers to what is your favorite class. I mean, he should have just said all of them at that point, right? He's covered over 50%. Might as well just say favorite class. I love Hearthstone. The guy's got a lot of passion, You can tell just from that one question. The guy is digging deep. He is all about the passion. All right. Murloc Paladin. Oh my. He's even got the Brim Bristle in there. Murloc Paladin's been a deck that I think got a little help, but I think the other decks got a lot more help than Murloc Paladin. Pyroblast in the Reno Mage. Okay. Dog's got a plan. The Burgly Bully in the Reno Mage I like a lot. It's pretty flexible. It's a really solid 5-drop when you're ahead on the board and helps out a lot against control, generate some extra fireballs with Antonitis, or just do generally busted stuff. So it looks like Dog's got a burn-heavy focused Reno Mage, and LVGE's got Anyfin Paladin, which is not a deck you commonly see, but I imagine he's got some sort of purpose for it in the lineup, and he's trying to, pin down something or another. Maybe pin down a control warrior. Sometimes you'll see people bring Anyfin for that sort of purpose, or one of the Reno decks Anyfin can kind of perform against. The thing is, though, an experienced Reno player such as Dog is going to be able to use Kazakis quite efficiently to deal with a lot of the Murlocs. You can get that AoE polymorph and just absolutely Shrek an Anyfin and just make it so that the Murlocs won't come back. So that matchup's like super difficult to play from the Paladin side a lot of the time. You just have to really prioritize face damage. It's a really interesting little dance you got to do to try and get them to Reno before you get the Anyfins out so that you can actually kill them with 2 Anyfins even if they get polymorphed, which is, it's not easy. It's not easy. It's definitely, not the way the deck's designed to function, so you kind of got to play awkwardly. But they're, looks like ready to go. Lights flashing, guns blazing. I like this. This is a good intro. Look at the admins there watching them, make sure they don't cheat. They take esports seriously over there, man. They don't mess around. You'll see Dog try to maybe plug in a flash drive or something, that admin will slap it out of his hand. They'll make sure nothing's going crazy. Watch you for deck trackers and stuff. They got their eye on you, boy. Alright. Dog with Mage, Rogue, Shaman up against Rogue, Paladin, Shaman from LGVE. So the Major is Paladin, like we said. And from the previews there of the decks, we saw Brim Bristle, which is a bit of an interesting card, not often included in every Anyfin Paladin list. And then we saw Pyroblast in the deck for Dog, not always included in every Reno Mage list. So there's a few things you can do in this matchup that are kind of silly. Since Anyfin Paladin gives you a lot of time, usually enough time to draw 25, 28 cards to your deck, something like that, as the Reno Mage, you can actually set up a turn if you run Ice Lance with Alexstrasza, where you Alexstrasza them and then deal 15 damage to them using Kazakis 1-mana spells. Or you can try and play the defensive route where you just outvalue them and use Kazakis 10-mana spells to polymorph Murlocs and just make it so that they can't kill you and then just eventually win because you're Reno Mage and you have just insane amount of depth to your deck. So Dog's going to look to try and do, one of those 2 lines, or the third option is to just burn them out over a few turns, which can sometimes backfire as Anyfin Paladin has a variable amount of healing, and sometimes they have a lot of healing. Like double Forbidden Healing is potentially there. As the Paladin side, what he's going to be trying to do is pressure the Reno Mage. He's got to try and force Dog to have to Reno early so that his Anyfins can be threatening lethal. Otherwise, if there gets into a situation where he has to Anyfin to pop Dog and then Dog can polymorph and gain 10 armor and not be threatening to get lethaled, that's going to probably be lights out. So pressure is key from the Paladin side. And that's why we see him throw out this Wild Pyromancer out there right on turn 2. I really like that. I think that's smart. Shows he knows the matchup, knows what he's doing, trying to get pressure in. And we even see that with Brim Bristle. He's not saving it to heal. He's trying to rush Dog down, get Dog into a critical life total where Anyfin can actually do some work. And having Finja this early in the game, super key. Finja is basically an Anyfin that happens on turn 5. It brings out those Murlocs, gets in there, so much damage. So, honestly, Dog's feeling some heat right now, and he hasn't even seen the Finja yet. Now he has a few options here. Thinking about maybe setting up a Volcanic Potion. Or you could just ping down the Wild Pyromancer. Yeah, I like pinging down the Wild Pyromancer. I don't like having to committing to Volcanic Potion next turn. Because if your opponent just does a Hero Power pass turn, this way you could potentially just coin Azure Drake and take a nice little power turn. So, how much pressure do you really want to put on? If you play the Bluegill War Leader, you force the ping with the Bluegill Warrior, but the downside is you're committing this before you're getting your Finja Murlocs out, so you're not potentially getting a Murloc buff off of it. And as consistent with the Tempo Wild Pyromancer, the Paladin player is going to, once again, try and pressure Dog as much as possible. So it's a very straightforward game plan to the Paladin deck here. Just face all the time, play as much as you can every turn that can pressure. So I like the consistency of it, though, and Dog's going to respond with the Volcanic Potion here now, instead of being able to play the Azure Drake. Alright. This has to be a Fidget turn. No doubt about it. I can't imagine any other card coming down this turn. Alright. How's Dog going to respond to this Finja? You can see it and you could think it's a good Azure Drake turn, but the problem with Azure Drake is you threaten to unleash the Murlocs. All of them. Like, it's absolutely devastating how much pressure comes out when you actually develop into the Finja. So yeah, Dog gonna hold back the Azure Drake here in order to try and deny the Paladin player from getting value out of the Finja. Ooh. Now that's a card. So what is LVG looking for off of this Discover here from the Horsey? I like it. You don't need a quality in this matchup. The Reno Mage is not going to develop anything, so you had two really good options there. One was draw, because drawing cards is amazing. If you're able to draw through your deck faster, you're going to be able to win faster. Option two was the Blessed Champion. If one of your minions sticks and you Blessed Champion it, especially if it's that Horsey, it's a decent chunk of damage getting in there, but I think it's more responsible to take the Divine Favor. It's a lot of potential card draw for 3 mana. We can already look at Dog's hand here. He's sitting there with 3, 6, 9, 10 cards in hand, and the Paladin player LVGE only has 6 next turn because he's just going to draw 1 from his natural draw. It's pretty tough for Dog to dump too many cards here on only 6 mana as a Reno Mage player. And this Paladin deck has got him kind of in a corner. If he plays any minions, the Murlocs are going to come out. He has this Emperor, which seems so clean, but Dog is going to stay consistent with his original game plan of just waiting out the Finja, which I really like. It takes a lot of patience to just hold back an Azure Drake, hold back an Emperor, hold back a Babbling Book, just to try and set up this clean Flame Strike to get no Finja value. Because not only are the Murlocs on the board a problem, like sure you could say Dog's got the Flame Strike, he can clean the Murlocs, why does he care? Well, it's also the 2 card draws that happen, so if you allow your opponent to draw 2 additional cards, they're going to be able to cycle through their deck even faster, so he's trying to stop that, which causes this interesting sort of checkmate situation here, because he's holding back development to play around Finja to deny card draw, and that plays into the Divine Favor that LVGE got. So he got him, man. And he's going to play around Flame Strike here with the attack. Really solid play from the Paladin player. Okay. You gotta get rid of that Finja. Now, Flame Strike's one way to do it. There's not many other pretty ways to get it done. So, if you pass back your entire turn, you gotta be expecting an 8-drop to come out. Any Fit Paladin typically runs Tyrion and Ragnaros the Light Lord. So, withdrawing as many cards as LVG has, Dog has to be afraid of that 8-drop coming out. So he's looking for any other options besides Flame Strike so he can develop something on that turn, but there's no way he can establish anything while also clearing the board, and that's going to be a Snap Tyrion. Unless he wants to try and empty a lot of cards out of his hand to get closer to being able to cycle with the Lay on hands. I like Tyrion as soon as possible. That's the lowest chance they have to polymorph. If you get that, or ooze, and if you get that Tyrion weapon, you are going to be able to do work. It's just so much damage. If you actually get it out, it's 15 damage. It is a risk, though. And the Paladin player, being so far ahead, might be in a position where he thinks, maybe I don't have to take risks. Maybe I can just play an alternative line here where it doesn't matter if my Tyrion gets polymorphed. So it's interesting. You can try and like bait the polymorph with the war leader, for example, and just charge a bluegill to the face. And I think that's why he does this. I think Tyrion is the statistically better play, like, in general. But the reason why he does this is because the backlash on this is a lot less than the backlash on Tyrion, and he feels he's far enough ahead because of how well the early game panned out for him that he doesn't need to afford the risk of Tyrion potentially getting polymorphed. So I think it's smart. I think it's a pretty solid line of play. Meanwhile, on Dog's side, he has a few cards in hand. Nothing super appealing. He's got the ability to remove the minions, of course. He has the ability to develop plus freeze. The freezes, though, you don't want to use them early. You want to try and save them the best you can because they get much more powerful later on when they're stopping at anything. Like Frost Nova plus Reno on the same turn is absolutely disgusting. And currently, it doesn't actually stop that much damage. It's just kind of painful to always be on the back foot, right? So he's looking to try and figure out some way to swing the tempo. Gonna start by trying to be Pavel. Yeah, pretty close. And then just a little bit of cleanup here. Ooh, he's thinking about trying to play this Kazakis out. That's a bit ambitious. There's 7 damage on the board. 2 damage could come in from the form of Consecrate very easily, so a bit scary to go with anything else but the ping there. 5 damage on the board. Looking to try and find an additional 4 to pop the block of Dog. He would need double Consecrate in this situation to get it done. Doesn't have it. So, options. Option 1, of course, Tyrion. Biggest minion in your hand, usually pretty good. Option 2, drawing to try and find anything or a second True Silver or a second Consecrate to pop your opponent. Now, drawing mills a card. Mills at least 1 card, right? So, I'm not a big fan of drawing, and you already have 1 anything, so you can pop them next turn regardless. So I think Tyrion simply has to be the play here. There's just no other options in his hand currently that make any sense. Drawing for second anything seems a bit risky and rushed. The Reno picked up for Dog is absolutely huge. That's going to keep him in this game. Now there's a real chance. It was looking pretty bleak, but this is that point where I was talking about where if the Anyfin Paladin can get the Reno Mage player in a position where they have to Reno Anyfin, suddenly it gets really scary because Anyfin A does 12 damage with the Murloc's dead. Anyfin B does 12 damage again with the Murloc's dead if you group, like, mass polymorph all of the Murlocs. So even if Dog polymorphs all the Murlocs, Anyfin plus Anyfin is still 24 damage. So it's not unreasonable to still get bursted down even with group polymorph at this point. So Anyfin here is a pop. Brings back not all of the Murlocs. So that is a little bit of a concerning point, and also, well, even though it doesn't bring back all the Murlocs, Dog can't mass polymorph yet, so wait, yeah, I think I dig the pressure of the Anyfin, just because he can't mass polymorph, but only 1 Bluegill, 1 War Leader is tied, so it's not quite a pop. It's only 4 additional damage, right? Or am I misremembering? Yeah, I thought it was 2 bluegills. I was wondering why he didn't do it though, because then I was like, alright, so I thought it was 2 bluegills at first. I'm not crazy. And then I was like, well, he's not doing it. He's better than me, probably. It must only be 1 bluegill. Because I thought if it was 2, he would just snap do it. Alright. So yeah, I like the pop there. I think it's just the best play clearly on the turn, and that puts out so much pressure. Basically forces Dog to have to Reno, but Dog does have additional freezes that go down with this Reno, so it's actually not too bad for him. He was expecting this to happen, and that's why he developed the Emperor, knowing he could Reno and freeze on the next turn once the Anyfin comes out. Now he's just hoping there isn't, an additional Anyfin. He's getting pretty close to actually being able to kill his opponent. Look at that. He can set him to 15 and deal 6 damage with the Fireball, and then deal an additional 3 damage with the Frostbolt. So currently, Dog has 15 plus 12 through that Tyrion. That's pretty crazy. He's 3 damage off lethal at the moment, if the board remains unchanged. 9% chance to draw the second Anyfin there. Second Anyfin would not be lethal at this time, but it's probably going to be lethal on the next turn, assuming the War Leader gets developed. So about 10% chance for lethal for LVGE on the upcoming turn. So, how does Dog win this game? The defensive option is still there. The Murlocs got kind of developed a bit early. It's just a little scary because of the Tyrion weapon, right? That's the big thing that's kind of making everything awkward for Dog, is that Tyrion weapon just deals so much damage if he's not able to find ooze in time or anything like that. So he's got to try and set up to polymorph it, and he can't freeze with Cone of Cold because of the equality now. So he's got to take a minimum of 6 alongside it. Ink Master Solia. Not a card you usually see in the Reno Mage builds, but does allow a lot of potential damage. And look at this Cone of Cold positioning, by the way. This guy played around Cone of Cold with the positioning and with the equality. That's pretty heads up. This is Dog's forced to go for a 5-mana Kazakus potion because he's feeling the pressure. I think I saw a deal 4 to all in there. Still gonna have to Cone of Cold here, just to try and limit some of the damage. There's gonna be a 1 Murloc War Leader, the Tyrion weapon coming in, but at least Finge is frozen for now. So Anyfin is 4 Bluegills, 2 War Leaders, and a Finja. AoE for 4 and gain 7 armor, it looks like, on the Kazakus potion there for Dog. So he's got a decent little cleanup spell. Not what you want, definitely not ideal. But LVG doesn't have infinite damage remaining because 1 Anyfin has been used. He only has 45 damage remaining. And Dog has 36 health plus however much Alex can heal him for if he can set something up. So at this point in time, I think Dog has to be thinking, I can't outlast the Anyfin damage. He's put up too much pressure too fast. If I'm going to win this game, I got to kill him. And LVG is thinking, well, Dog's kind of all in on killing me now, so how do I survive? And we see him start trading here because of that. He does need to save a bit of face damage, though, because we see him, he's discarding 5 damage here. So his damage from, the 45 or so that it was before is down to only 40 now. And is back up again. Able to increase the attack power of one of his minions, potentially. Some nice little board control. Blizzard and Flame Strike have been used by Dog, so there's not too much AoE remaining. So he has the ability to clear the board here, gain 5 life, and maybe just establish Burgly Bully. It doesn't die directly to the weapon, and it could potentially get a coin. So with a coin, if Dog runs Ice Lance, which is very common in the Ink Master Solia builds, he could potentially go Alex, Fireball, Frostbolt, Ice Lance all in the same turn, which isn't quite lethal, but it's pretty cool. gets your opponent usually into Pyroblast range. One thing to note is it gets them into Pyroblast range if they lay on hands. So once the Forbidden Healing gets used, if he can bait that out somehow, and then he can Alex set his opponent to 2 with Fireball, Frostbolt, Coin, Ice Lance, then Pyroblast, could be sick, nasty, lethal setup. Or if the Burglary Bully sticks, and then you Alex them and then punch them in the face with it, you could also get them extremely low. So Alex has got to be on his mind right now. That's the biggest fear from LVGE. That Emperor got 2 additional procs, so I would be terrified of leaving any minion on the field and then Alex just OTKing me. Not afraid of the OTK, but does establish the Doomsayer still though to try and contest a potential Alex or other cards like it. Decent little bit of life gain there. 15 armor on a mage. Tank up. Mistress, not too much help here. It's not an easy board to control. The dog has to waste so many resources to kill the Doomsayer. Oh, I was thinking about going for the Alex. Counting up the damage. Dealing 13 now is not ideal. Your opponent will have a clear board, and they haven't used any big healing cards yet. I hate to say it, but I think Dog has to be patient. He has to wait until LVG decides to use Lay on Hands for Cycle instead of for the heal. But yeah, not getting a coin off this lowers his ability to do big lethal setups. Oh, he's going for it. Wow. He feels like he just has to do it. He's too afraid of the Anyfin damage. How much damage would Anyfin be? 4 bluegills, and then 3 war leaders is max. So the max is not actually enough to kill him. So yeah, he's going to hold back the Alex. He really thought about it, but yeah, he can't die. There's not enough damage to get just killed after this, I don't believe. But we're about to find out. You definitely let it rip. You definitely let it rip. But yeah, you draw first, get some options, and then Murlocs start going ham. That's for sure. Oh, and the Hammer to get additional damage after this. Hammer's a card I really like in Anyfin Paladin. Ooh. Not a high roll. He low rolled it, but not super low rolled. He could have got 2 Finges, which is the ultimate low roll, but he missed out on 8 damage there because of the 1 Finja that could have been another war leader. So he could have set Dog to 1 with the perfect roll, but suboptimal roll, and Dog lives to fight another day. What does he get? What does he get? Death. That's gonna be a tough one to live. Is there any way out of this mess? He can take out the war leaders, remove a lot of damage. Ugh. Okay. He's not dead on board. But any 1 damage will finish Dog off. And we see there's the Hammer waiting for him. Victory Paladin player. That is an interesting way to start the series. Neither player bans Shaman, by the way. And they kick off with Anyfin Paladin versus Reno Mage. And Anyfin Paladin gets a win! A deck that I was saying at the beginning of the tournament is tier 3. Not very popular among tournament players, ladder players alike. It has been putting up some numbers recently. You see people tweeting about it occasionally, saying they get to top 10 with it on a string of good matchups, but really struggles against Shaman. So it's very interesting that neither player, or that there's no Shaman ban while bringing anything Paladin. But you gotta hand it to him. I really like the way he played that Paladin. There's some key things, like just the way that he developed the board early on and the pressure that he put on with the Wild Pyromancer and whatnot. I like it. That's the way you gotta pilot Paladin if you want to actually win with the deck. So now, Rogue and Shaman remain for LVGE, and Dog still has all of his classes because it's Conquest. And if you lose in this tournament format, you sit down, you're done for the day, and the guy that wins continues onward to try and all-kill your team. And if you can actually defeat additional players, like if you beat 2 players in a row, you get like $1,000 or something. And if you beat 3 players in a row, you get like $5,000 or something. So the money stacks up the more people you crush. So, team captain from 2015 of Team North America Dog. Off to a rocky start, but still a lot more Hearthstone to play. Like, you can definitely come back in a Conquest series, no problem. We don't even know what he's targeting or what's going on with his lineup yet. You gotta imagine his lineup does pretty well against Rogue. We saw the Frost Nova in the Reno Mage, which makes it pretty good versus Rogue a lot of the time. Of the decks in the current meta, I'd say like Reno Mage has got one of the best chances against Rogue. If we look back at some recent events, there's a player on the North American server named Rage that recently made a bet with Reno Mage versus Rogue and said, Reno Mage is favored 70%, I'll take you on, and he did. He won 7 out of 10 games, and pretty impressive. It kind of changed my mind about the matchup. I always thought it was super Rogue favored, but if you attack it the right way. Anyway, the Shaman deck from LVGE. Thing from Below in the Pirate Aggro Shaman. Usually you play Thing from Below instead of Flame Wreath Faceless. Kind of popularized by Zalay a little bit. I don't know if it's like just a popular thing in the Chinese scene, but in the tournaments I've seen and the server I play on, Zalay is the guy that plays Thing from Below instead of Flame Wreath Faceless at top 10 Legend with Shaman. And he was doing that last season and the season before, and I think the season before that. So, you know, it's a pretty standard way to play Shaman. There's like either that build or also the Flame Wreath Faceless build that you'll see like Demigod and people like that playing. I mean, that's a deck everyone's seen though. Either way you spin it, you know, it's Aggro Shaman. It'd be interesting to see if maybe he's got like Thunderbluff Valiant or something in there, but I doubt it because the highlight sheet probably would have showed if there was some mid-range variants to it. So just your typical highest win rate deck, Aggro Shaman. You know, in a vacuum meta, I think Pirate Warrior is the highest win rate deck, but in the current meta, or the expected field of the good decks, it's Aggro Shaman all day or day. Which is weird that neither player banned it. They gotta have plans. You don't not ban Shaman unless you got a plan. So that all of their decks, they must feel good against Shaman or something. Or they're just very not afraid, man. Sometimes you play Shaman against Shaman so much on ladder that you just get used to it, so you kind of enjoy playing against Shaman. Other people throw their keyboard at the wall, but it's, you know, different approaches. Reno Mage from Dog up against the Aggro Shaman. Xacus in the opening hand, that's one you're going to want to keep. One thing that's really, really good in this matchup, it'd be interesting to see if he keeps it. Flametongue Totem, absolutely stellar. Like, obviously you need some support with it, but I really love Flametongue Totem, because if you get any pirate, pulls out 2 minions, and you just plop a Flametongue Totem down, and you get to work fast. Good mulligan it away though. Gets it right back. Holy smokes. That's a Buccaneer coin, Buccaneer, Flametongue Totem, get him kind of hand. He's thinking about maybe trying to save this coin for Aya, but he's going to be dead before Aya, man. Coin it out there. Let's get to work. So the reason why I like coining out the second Buccaneer is if Dog plays Doomsayer, you cannot clear it unless you have the second Buccaneer out, and you'll lose the game. So yeah, it's like super crucial to coin this guy out there. Right? Okay. And standard Reno Mage turn 2. Ping pass. He's counting. Thinking about maybe trying to ping a Buccaneer over 2 turns, but then rolls his eyes at the idea. He's like, yeah, if they have a weapon, I'm just dead. You can't feel great about this position. This is the standard. This is why you ban Shaman. Like, you see this happen to you on ladder, and you're like, I am not letting that happen again. And you ban it next time. Or you close the application, go play another. Yeah, so it's rough. Oh! Oh! And looking out for a little smile there. That is some good fortune. That is very, very good fortune. He was very dead if he did not find that card there. And suddenly in the driver's seat, Dog spins the tempo around. The Shaman player left with absolutely 0 pressure remaining. I think you got to try and roll Healing Totem. You got a 50-50 on the totem roll, right? You got Healing Totem and Spell Totem are both threatening. I think it's better than Tempo Maelstrom Portal. The 1/1 totem, worst possible case. Maybe not, because they have to ping the Flame Tongue Totem, right? So maybe it's actually decent. We got a game. I thought this was just going to be over. I seen the Buccaneers and the Flame Tongue, and I was like, pack it up, boys, we're going home. But we got a game. There's some action to be played. Still already down 7 life. Thinking about trying to play the Kazakis into here. So, what do you put your hand on if they Hero Power pass on turn 3? What is their turn 4 that you're expecting? Things I would expect are Flame Wreath Faceless. That's what jumps in my mind immediately, because they could have plays, they just don't want to play them because they don't want to get overloaded so they can play Flame Wreath. So, I think that is heavily weighed into Dog's decision here to just ping so that he can polymorph the Flame Wreath next turn and not have to deal with this Flame Tongue Totem plus the 2 minions just getting him. So that's why he doesn't go with the Kazakis there. Also helps play around potentially Jade Lightning on the Kazakis, all sorts of good stuff. So really, really think the ping is the correct play at that time. Now, you gotta get the overload out of the way so that you can play Aya on 6. So if you're gonna play Claws, you gotta play them now. So I like Totem Claws this turn. Yep, simple, straightforward Shaman. SSS. And we go face, of course. Could have probably argued for holding a charge there. But you're Shaman, let's go. Okay. Kazakis 1 mana spell could potentially clear the board. You're not too afraid of the current board state though, because 1 Flame Tongue has already been used, so the current board doesn't really do that much. Besides threatening to do, the 2 damage. And you see your opponent having held 3 cards now for most of the game. The card they played was the top deck card, so even 4 cards have been held now from the Shaman's hand. And you gotta think there's some hot fire in that hand. You're thinking about Lava Burst, Jade Lightning, Lightning Bolt. You're thinking they got damage. So you may see Dog go for a very aggressive clear here, because he knows there's no Flame Wreath Faceless now. So there is damage brewing. He's got the deal 4 all AoE I see in the middle there. He might have taken deal 5 in the first one. No armor gain I don't think was presented. 14 damage in the hand, right? So if you count the 3 weapon swings plus double Jade Lightning, it's 14 damage, 15, 16 on the table. The Shaman player is 4 damage short of being able to, just burst Dog over the top, but he kind of needs board control, because if he goes all in on damage and then Reno happens, it is a bummer. Starts with the totem. Not going to be Jade Lightning this turn. Hits the spell power. Ooh. Board control. See? Told you. He needed board control. Keeps the beast alive for synergy. I like it. You gotta be swinging here. Well, actually, you're playing Aya next turn, aren't you? You're almost never equipping Jade Claws next turn. Okay. Yeah, he's right. Good call. You're equipping. You're playing Aya next turn, so you're not gonna be playing the Jade Claws. Yeah, it is the deal 5 and the AOE for 4, so not a bad little potion to have. Can clean up an Aya, right? Lines up quite nicely with what's going on here in the Shaman player's hand. Thinking about whether or not he wants to ping the totem or the board. So he wants the healing totem to get rolled. He doesn't want the 1/1 totem to get rolled, I guess. Interesting. I mean, you're not afraid of any sort of totem synergies coming out of Aggro Shaman. They don't typically run anything that powers totems. No, Aya's coming out on the field. So now this, because Agus Potion from Dog is super sick. It deals the 5 damage first and then the 4 damage AoE. So, can clean up the entire board. Other options include Flame Strike. He's gonna polymorph it. He wants to deny the token growth? Or maybe I've misread the potion. Maybe it's not deal 4 at all. But I saw the number 4 in there. That's what I'm going off of. There's a 4 in there and a 5 in there. The only ones that do 4 and 5 are AoE and single target. So let's assume the potion's not that. Let's assume the potion is something entirely different. Then I guess you have to polymorph and ping the 1/1. So I wonder what this potion is then. It's got a 4 and a 5 in it. Interesting. Alright, count the damage up here. We got the Flame Tongue that can slide in for 4 additional damage. So that's 6, 7, and then you can get another 4 from the Lightning this turn if you wanted, but you want to develop the Claws. Do you want to develop those? Any of the Overload cards is kind of ugly because then you can't fit in the second Lightning. So if you want to do max efficient damage over 2 turns, it would be Lightning, Flame Tongue into Claws. Lightning? You want to get the Flame Tongue damage in before the AoE happens, that's for sure. Summon a 5/5 and 4 AoEs. That's why he didn't do it. That's where the 5 came from. I don't read Chinese, so it's hard for me to tell. So his play totally makes sense. Because you don't really want to be summoning a 5/5, and the board's not that threatening as 1 Flame Tongue's already been used. He does get a little bit punished here because the second Flame Tongue is frowned, but the Shaman player is only like 10 cards deep in his deck, so you don't really start playing around 2-ofs yet. But this way is less damage over 2 turns, but you do get to squeeze in the totem. Holds back the Jade token guys so that he can have bigger Jade turns later, sure. So yeah, deal 4 AoE, summon a 5/5 is the potion. I think. No, it is deal 5 damage. Yeah. Yeah, it was just... Interesting. Yeah, so on that Aya turn, he could have killed the Aya, then cleared the board. AoE comes first. Does AoE come first? I don't think AoE comes first. So, yeah, he could have cleared the board on the Aya turn, so I think that was maybe a bit of a misstep. Took a little bit of extra damage because of it. And every damage counts. It's impressive how much of a board aggro shaman can make. The pick order of the spells on the Kazeka spell are irrelevant. They happen in the way that is most favorable for you. So 100% of the time, single target damage applies first, and then AoE applies. That's it, right? 5-8, nope. With 25% chance for lethal. Can he finish him? Yes, he does. Dog not too happy about this. Yeah, no Reno drawn for Dog. Reno Mage kind of failing him a little bit there. Getting the totems he needed to be able to take the game. And a lot of people, they think, you know, they don't need to ban Shaman. They think they can handle it. Dog thought he could handle it. He had a strategy where he didn't ban Shaman, and Shaman gets a W right off the bat. Some things Dog could have done to potentially take less damage on turn 7. He had the Flame Strike as an option, and he had the Kazakus Potion as an option, both which would have resulted in a little bit less damage taken. Maybe helps out, gives you an extra turn. Either way, he's going to need to draw Reno at some point that game. So one of the things that really didn't go in his favor is just the amount of Jade cards that the Aggro Shaman drew. We saw those Jade guys, they were getting up there by the end. The last one was a 5-5, so typically speaking, they don't draw every Jade card in their top 10, so it really hurts you when they do, but that's the power of Aggro Shaman, and that's why it is the most common banned deck in all of Hearthstone. It can beat just about anything, and can do absolutely busted stuff. Looks like we got Rogue here. We have Shaku and Conceal from the build from LVGE. Shaku's a really interesting card that kind of Life Coach brought to the forefront of, you know, the NA and European scene. One of the great things about Shaku is when you're playing it on curve and you just kind of like drop it out there, your opponent has to develop into it. They can't remove it. Like, you can't swipe it, you can't wrath it or something like that. You can't frostbolt it. You have to just be like, play your minion into it, which you never want to do against Rogue, because then they have the ability to like prep, remove your minion, and develop another minion, snowballing tempo. So a lot of times people against Rogue always prioritize killing the minions. And it's just another must-kill minion they must kill. Otherwise it continues to threaten to draw additional cards. So it's an interesting one. It's very, very weak off-curve. Later on in the game, Shaku's pretty, like, not great to drop down. But on exactly turn 3, Shaku is outstandingly powerful. And it's not that bad later on. It's just not ideal. The Rogue up against the Reno Mage. Maybe this is the plan. Maybe Dog's got a lineup that all kills Rogue, and he sweeps it back and takes it home for Team NA. But it's not looking pretty. Getting 3 wins in Hearthstone in a row is very difficult because of how well-rounded decks are. Well, he does have a lot of burn. Power Blast, great card versus Rogue. Rogue has no healing, and it seems to be that there is plenty of damage in Dog's deck. One thing to note, I don't like Acidic Swamp Ooze against Rogue, so I would mulligan it back. Yeah, we see Dog do it. Like, the most you get usually is 1 dagger charge, and it's not really helpful. There's no deadly poison or weapon buffs in Rogue. Despite being a hero power that makes a weapon, Rogue utilizes almost no weapons and no weapon buffs. So the Ooze is actually just not good against Rogue, which is hilarious. I think it's really funny. Shaku's going to be coming down on 3 this game. So powerful on 3. Like, once again, like, you drop it on 3, and then they have to just develop into it. And if they can't develop into it, which Reno Mage often cannot, because there's very few 3-drops in the Reno Mage deck, then they're stuck ping passing. We see Dog kept the Frostbolt this game. He wants to kill every minion that gets played from the Rogue, and it's got stealth. He can't kill it. So he's going to just be passing next turn unless he finds something. And then Tomb Pillager's going to come down. He's going to need to answer Shaku and Tomb Pillager at the same time. Yeah, look at this. His turn's like pretty dead. He's got Ice Block, so he's not totally dead, but... yeah, not a total dead turn, but not a great turn. And now, he's got a Frostbolt to Tomb Pillager instead of the Shaku, or the Shaku instead of the Tomb Pillager. And things are starting to get real awkward real quick. Ooh, that's pretty sweet next turn, too. What a play. Okay. So he's got the ability here to clean up the Shaku and Frostbolt the Tomb Pillager if he wants to. He has to use the coin to do it, but he denies a lot of value from the Rogue because you get to deny the coin that turn immediately. He also has just polymorph and leave Shaku up, but Shaku could potentially just get double cards. Double card's pretty scary. But yeah. That's why people play Shaku, man. It's so good on turn 3. So good on turn 3. Turns 5, 6, 7, kinda iffy, but turn 3, you guys crazy strong. It's a pretty big theme with Hearthstone cards right now. So many of them are just snowball-y like that. Best way to react. He could Frost Nova Doom too. Just hope it goes off. That would be a great way to get tempo going into an Azure Drake. It's not crazy for it to go off. How desperate do you feel? I also don't hate the Polymorph because it opens you up to be able to just Azure Drake, coin, Arcane Blast on the next turn. You deny the coin for sure. So he's hoping Rogue, plays Azure Drake and then he can play his own Azure Drake and then coin the Arcane Blast out and remove it. Azure Drake's a very standard turn 5 Rogue play. He's probably going to be upset when this happens, but... now the question is, how big do you make the Edwin? He's picking up the prep already, thinking about making it even bigger. He could play just 2 cards this turn, make a 4/4, and then try and cycle his deck with the prep. But he's going to play the Secret out, which I really like. If you're going to play a spell this turn, the Secret's the best one. Fan of Knives cycles cards, which is cycling's okay. But the Secret makes it so Dog has to start playing around something like Counterspell or what have you. Like, it'll get the coin out of his hand, right? So if Dog has some way to remove this Edwin, like Polymorph, Boar, or some freeze, then Dog has to play the coin first or some spell first before he plays the freeze so that he can play around Counterspell. So that's a cute little play to just deny Dog coin value, which is really good when you're playing Rogue against an Antonidas deck, because Rogue can eat about a few fireballs, not many, like 1 or 2, and when they start generating extra ones using the coin, it quickly approaches too many fireballs. So being able to just stop a future fireball, because that's what that coin is pretty sweet. So Dog thinking about dropping the Doomsayer into the Mirror Entity, if it were Mirror Entity. Just thinking about all the secret interactions here. Oh wow, not even he thinks he's too far behind to risk playing around Counterspell. This Secret could be anything. Yeah, he's so... Dog feels so far behind that he has to risk the Counterspell there, and he gets rewarded. There is no Counterspell. So, good identification there from Dog of the situation. Knowing he's going to need this coin. This is important in the future to be able to get stuff done. Allows him to play the Flame Strike next turn. So, I think it's the appropriate risk for the turn, and it's going to make this next turn a lot nicer for him. He can even solely a Flame Strike now. It's so brutal though. This Rogue aggression's not going to stop. After the Solia Flame Strike comes on, that's just green light for Gadget Conceal. But all things considered, Dog does have a reasonable health total. He's going to be at 16 after the Edwin connects. Reasonable. Problem is, Edwin's probably going to connect again. He's going to need to find Blizzard real quick. Because this plan currently revolves around being able to kill this Edwin and it not being invisible. That is 12, 13, 14, 15, 19 damage. Not quite enough to get the job done, but with Flame Strike gone, there is very limited ways for Dog to be able to interact with this Gadget Conceal. Oh wow. 14 damage to follow this up, 15 with the Dagger Poke. Has some ooze value. It's not all downside. You may want to play the Blood Mage Thalnos though, start trying to cycle towards Reno. He's gonna need Reno, he's getting popped. .56% to not die. He's got 15 damage that he can deal from hand. So he can pop this turn using the SI7, and then next turn use Leroy, Cold Blood, Eviscerate, and Redagger for the kill. Ooh. He feels there's too much pressure on the board. I guess he's going to be clearing things out this turn. Seems to be more afraid of Reno than he is of Alex, which makes sense because Dog has 8 mana. I didn't even realize. I thought he had 9 mana, and we had to set up to play around Alex, but no, he's going to go full board control, play around Reno. Just a better play than what I was thinking at the time. So yeah, nice distribution of power on the board. A lot of threats. Kazak is from the Swashbuckler is kind of nice. Still some 2-ofs in the deck, I think. Not totally sure. It may actually be all gone. Depends if he runs 2 counterfeit coins or not. I think that's one of the ones that could be in there. Backstab. Yeah, there's definitely a backstab in there. Kazakis for a 1 mana spell, the 2 damage AoE and the deal 3, and he can clear the board completely this turn. Or is there any way he can heal and clear the board? I have no idea what that potion is. The other option was some sort of Babbling Book play this turn. You do have the mana to Babbling Book and this, so you could have started with the Babbling Book, right? I know, he's looking for deal 2 to all, Arcane Blast, gain 4, Frostbolt. Okay. He's in it. Or so he thinks. I like it. Survives. On board. Kazakis just does some powerful stuff, man. Absolutely insane. Really makes the Reno deck a thing. Able to get so much work done, but not enough. The way the early game went down with their just constant pressure from the rogue player was too strong for Dog to take, and China on the board. Dog, team captain from 2015, eliminated round 1 with a perfect 3-0. And this is the coach from China. This isn't even like one of the all-stars or whatever. He's their lead-off guy. They sent out the coach first to check out what's going on, and the coach delivers. LVGE. The guy that's favorite class is Priest, Rogue, Mage, Druid, and Warlock. just want to note, I think it's pretty hilarious that he picks 5 of his classes for his favorite class, and then only brings 1 of them to the lineup. Right? No, he brings 2. Okay. It's just the Paladin that's kind of oddballing. Paladin's not even his favorite class, he still brings it. Yeah. Dog was definitely not hitting his Reno those games, but I think the highlight of that series has got to be the Paladin. Letting that Paladin escape. That Paladin, you know, it drew well, but the guy played Paladin extremely optimally. Seemed really good, and being able to get that weaker deck out right away set the tone of the match and probably tilted Dog a little bit. He was able to really just handle the series from that point on. But now, so what's going to happen with this tournament format is Dog is eliminated for the rest of the day. He can go home. He's done. Dunzo. And the coach, our good friend LVGE, comes back out to play another match. So the Chinese team, the Dragons, if you will, as indicated by the icon up there, has 5 players remaining. And the North American team, the Eagles, has only 4 players remaining. There is Chalky, Noodle, Frozen, and Sidonia. So who is going to come up to try and take revenge and reclaim the victory, catch back up on score, avenge their fallen teammate Dog? Who knows? Usually, what you want to be trying to do in this tournament format is you want to try and have a lineup plan to beat a specific sort of lineup. So you have your leadoff guy that's got the well-rounded standard Conquest lineup. Just beats everything. He's just got, you know, Shaman and good decks. And then, I mean, everybody's got Shaman. But then, you know, you have the other standard decks that are just well-rounded and okay versus just about everything. And then as you go back deeper in the lineup, you got the guy that's like, if they have a control deck like Control Warrior, my entire lineup just dunks on Control Warrior. So if someone brings an anti-aggro Control Warrior out, I'll queue into that guy next, and I'll smash him and take him out for the team. So, you know, you got counter queues that are available later on. That's strategy number 1. Strategy number 2, just like regular Conquest, is you just bring all the well-rounded decks and everybody plays Shaman, and you just try and play Shaman a little bit better than the other guys play Shaman. So those are kind of like the 2 main strategies that you can have going into it. I love counter queuing and doing wacky decks and playing off-the-wall stuff, but I also do love winning. So the other line of play is the most common one that you'll see. So it'll be interesting to see what people really follow through with and what they kind of branch out with. So do they have a player in the North American team, the Eagles, that have maybe the counter queue lineup to anything Paladin? So someone with maybe Rogue, Shaman, and Rogue, Shaman, that was Dog's lineup. Maybe anything Paladin's underrated, man. Maybe it's the King meta deck that no one has seen. It's been popular in Chinese. I've seen a bit of Chinese tournaments because I've been like studying up a little bit to try and figure out what's really going on with their meta. And they do love that anything Paladin. And they love playing Dragon Priest too. They're really into Dragon Priest, and I've seen them with like Holy Fire and stuff in Dragon Priest too. They got a bunch of different tech cards in there. Nobody's ate any of these strawberries. It's just triggering me. Look at that. They're just perfectly in this little pyramid thing going on. No one's touched the chocolate. Honestly, if they set out food for you and you don't eat it, it's kind of rude not to eat it, right? Right? Like, I'm not crazy. I don't know, maybe it's a decoration, maybe it's plastic. If there's none gone after the next series, it's clearly plastic, because by that time, someone's getting hungry enough to eat one of the strawberries. Alright. Frozen is going to try and avenge Dog. He has his Fist of Power ready. He is rocking Shaman, Rogue, Warlock, Warrior. So Warrior looks like it got banned. Nobody banned Shaman. Nobody respects the Shaman. It'll be interesting to see the win rate of Shaman at the end of this, because if you're not banning Shaman, that means you have a plan to beat Shaman. And if Shaman has a positive win rate while you have a plan in your lineup of how to beat it, maybe leaving it up is not such a great idea. Currently, one game played so far, so not a big sample size on the issue, but we could see down the road, as the day progresses, what's going on. So Frozen, probably the biggest, or one of the biggest rising stars in North America in the early months of 2016. That hasn't really done as much in the later months of 2016, but that's not really a fault of him. That's kind of fault to not a lot of tournaments happening in North America in the later stages of 2017. You look at, I guess DreamHack Winner was the last one, and I think he got top 16, missed out of top 8 from tiebreakers, I believe. So, that was like the last real tournament that he was able to participate in. So I would have to say, really solid player. Usually performs pretty well. You look at his roster, his achievements and whatnot. The guy consistently top 8s, which isn't or top 8s and top 16s, which isn't given a lot of weight in the Hearthstone community at the moment, but I think it should be given more. It's pretty tough to top 8 and top 16. He just hasn't gotten too many breakout first places. If you look at his first place achievements, the Onog Circuit Finals comes up as one of the only ones. So, one major under his belt. The Reno Mage coming up with Cold Light Oracles. Interesting. Was he able to change decks? I don't remember him having a Cold Light Oracle Reno Mage in the first series. I think I would have remembered that. Maybe they showed the wrong graphic. So yeah, Frozen lining up to take on the coach. Opening up with Reno Lock. Frozen loves Reno Lock. Frozen has had a rank 1 legend finish with the Reno Lock before. Not this variation of it, because it was a few months back, but pretty recently. If you ask Frozen, what's your favorite deck? He'll say Reno Lock every time, all day. Loves it. And the coach, though, you ask him what his favorite deck is, he's going to say all of them. Well, Priest, Rogue, Mage, Druid, and Warlock. So, definitely got a lot of range. Definitely a lot of favorites. I need to get one of those books. And some strawberries. Those are real. Those aren't even plastic. No one's eating them. We got a close-up on the strawberries. Confirmed they're real. Huh. I wonder what's in those other pages. I guess they're just blank, right? Even if they put a deck list per page, oh, they're even back to front pages. There's got to be at least 90 to 500 blank pages in there. Maybe it's only half a book and the rest of the book's a front. I don't know. It's a lot of information. Firebat House solo casting. Solo casting's going great. I really want some strawberries. But other than that, yeah, I'm having a good time. Frozen is currently talking to the ref, so we are switching to the analysts right now to go over the deck lists. While the ref is talking about some stuff, he's got some questions. Maybe there's a dispute going on or something. But either way, Frozen and the ref are having a heart-to-heart. Maybe he had to pee. Frozen versus LVGE. NA down 0 to China 1. All the money on the line. LVGE looking to try and pick up bonus points on the win streak. Okay, the Reno Mage was banned last time. Frozen switches up the ban strategy, goes with the banning of the Shaman. So LVGE's Reno Mage is available. Dog banned it last time, that's why we didn't see it. And this is a pretty fascinating Reno Mage. We saw Cold Light Oracle winding up, and what Cold Light Oracle tells me right off the bat, if I'm going to just try and extrapolate on one card, is LVGE is not trying to outvalue his opponent. He is trying to kill him. He's probably running Emperor Antonitus and looking to try and generate fireballs and go face. So he's got to be pleased about the matchup. Cold Light Oracle, extremely powerful against Reno Lock, because not only does it help you fish for damage, you can often mill some of the Reno Lock's cards as their hand size is kept rather large. And if there's a matchup you want to dig for burn in, it's got to be this one. So he has the ability for a really ambitious play here with his Coin Brand Bronzebeard. And I really like it because it puts out a lot of pressure. We see him mouse over those cards. He's thinking about it. The only punish from the Reno Lock deck is Shadow Bolt. There's one card. It is a big punish, though, because you lose your brand without any value. But at the same time, if they don't have that one Shadow Bolt, you get rewarded hugely. He's going to hold it back. He fears the Shadow Bolt. And this kind of signals to us that he thinks this is a good matchup. He thinks he doesn't have to take risks because he's not taking them right now. So he feels comfortable with his hand and the matchup that he can just kind of play this out without taking too many risks and find himself in a favorable position. So just a little bit of like the tone kind of described there. Frozen side. Tapping every turn is usually pretty good, but currently he has no AoE to clean up these little annoying 1/1s, so they'll threaten to get in a lot of chip damage unless he develops something. He can just tap in Mistress and try and, contest them that way, or he could even be a little bit more ambitious with it and go with Dark Peddler this turn. Tapping every turn is really good with this Mountain Giant, though. That is a card you do want to play. He could even tap and not play the Mixtress to try and play the Mountain Giant next turn, but it's a little bit scary into the Blood Mage Thalanos, which threatens to get easy trades on the Mountain Giant utilizing spell power. So if we saved the brand last turn, you have to imagine we're going to try and save the brand this turn. So it's either a Courier this turn, or a trade and a ping. I can't imagine too many other combinations of cards coming out here. Ooh. So it looks like trade and Arcane Intellect. There you go. Not a bad little turn 3 play. Gets up to 9 cards in his hand, so no worry of overdraw. Counts it 3 times just to make sure. Alright. Kazakis can come out here for Frozen, and he could still play Mountain Giant on the next turn if he wants to. But holding it, brand value, what have you, it's definitely very reasonable. Wants to just play Dark Peddler, squeeze in the taps as much as he can, start getting towards Reno. Ooh, Power Overwhelming for additional damage. That's one of the better ones you can get off Peddler, that's for sure. Like Power Overwhelming and Soulfire are really what you're looking for off Peddler. Sometimes Mortal Coil, but generally speaking, just any spell off Peddler is going to be much better than a minion. Huh. Cycling the torch into his deck and just removing the minion. It seems like he's saving this Courier for that brand. Makes a lot of sense. With the Emperor discount, he could potentially squeeze in a lot of things with the brand Bronzebeard. So, I like it. And having that Roaring Torch cycled into your deck is extremely powerful. That means Frozen's going to have to play around a lot more ranges of damage later on. Frozen can't tap because he has too many cards, so he has to just Mountain Giant and pass. Ooh, the Frostbolt goes away. That's a lot of less that Frozen needs to play around. You see him writing it down there. Now he knows that the max reach is very limited because now he doesn't have to worry about Frostbolt Ice Lance, and he doesn't have to worry about Fireball, Roaring Torch, Frostbolt dealing 15. So the max reach is closer to 13 now. Although he's happy seeing the Frostbolt go. This does cause a dilemma as his giant not looking too alive. It's ugly. And the other big downside here is Frozen can't even tap this turn. He's got too many cards in his hand, and if he plays cards, they just die for free to the Doomsayer, so he'd have to discard cards. Soulfire is going to keep the giant alive, and it discards Kazakus. Well, at least it didn't discard Reno, but that's pretty brutal. That is pretty brutal. Emperor Thorsan could come down just to contest the giant head on. Other than that, there is also the Dragon's Breath Coin Ping play. I like contesting it with the Emperor. You saw how much removal Frozen had to use to remove the first minion you played, the Doomsayer. And you gotta imagine he doesn't have Siphon Soul because he would use that on the Doomsayer. So it could be quite tricky for Frozen to actually remove this Emperor. Soulfire and Shadow Bolt gone, right? So most of the time this trade is probably going to happen. The top deck Siphon Soul very fortunate there. Doesn't quite make up for the Kazakus discard, but you know, you take what you can get. The brand MC, or Dirty Red MC Tech is starting to potentially come around. And that's going to be a good turn if he's ever able to get it off. Usually you do that when they revive with their Kazakus. And we know that's not happening. But Frozen right now, only 2 minions in the hand. That Dirty Rat's scary. Ugh. This Reno Lock hand has been clunky since turn 1, and it's not smoothing out. Oh, never mind! Next turn he's going to be able to play the Twilight Drake and the Faceless Shambler. So we see Frozen here hold back on the Twilight Drake that turn. But here comes Alexstrasza. When you see that happen, you don't immediately have to Reno, because the Frostbolt has been used. So there's about 13 burst from the Reno Mage hand that you're really afraid of. So you could hold back the Reno. But I believe Frozen's just going to play it here from lack of better options. Ooh, Brand Twilight Drake is very tempting now. So now he has a reason maybe not to play it. And when we see him not play it, and if he goes with Brand Twilight Drake, we could see from the Mage's side the Brand Dirty Rat MC Tech pull out the Reno, take your 420 Twilight Drake, and our 419 or 18 or whatever it is, and that's scary. I fear for Frozen right now. It's a tough spot because Renoing now is kind of Renoing a little early, but it is the safest line of play. It's just not the most pressure. He's really thinking about it, and he's going to go with the most pressure. He feels like he needs to put pressure out there, and this has a chance to be extremely painful. 6 damage drawn, not quite enough to make it happen, but here it comes, the swing, looking for the Reno. Oh my, he gets it. Now looking for just not the 1/1. Wow, gets a 4/6, not too bad. Not optimal, but probably good enough to get the job done. blast. Yeah. Yeah, there's a beautiful little Reno Mage setup for the cute little swing turn there. Alex first. Expect your opponent to play minions, then try and get the brand Dirty Rat MC tech off, and if they have Reno, hopefully you pull it out. Now you're threatening lethal every turn of the game, basically. He taps. Looking for heal to go with Brian Bronzebeard. Yeah, he has Refreshment Vendor and Earthen Ring remaining. He has a pretty good % chance to try and hit one there. Also, just because he does need additional resources to win this game, he still has Power Overwhelming remaining in his deck because the one that he played was off Peddler, so he could have combined that with Shadow Flame to try and swing this board back in his favor, but this is not pretty. He has like Spellbreaker, Shadow Flame can clear the board. You got a Spellbreaker, the 2/6. I guess you don't. You can just Shadow Flame first. I don't know what I'm talking about. Shadow Flame the Spellbreaker. And then trade. Yeah, only way to clear there was that, and the Fireball is drawn, so that is going to be lethal. And if it wasn't lethal that turn, it was going to be lethal the turn after. Reno Mage, typically favored against the Reno Lock, if ever so slightly though. It's not like a big matchup in one direction or the other. So you can't be too upset to lose it. You can't be too happy either. I mean, you just lost. Obviously, you're kind of upset, but it's a matchup that usually doesn't go in your favor. But Reno Lock, Frozen's most comfortable deck, and the series starts out getting dumpstered on your comfort pick. That's not great. The coach is OP. The coach taking him down. You know what? He plays like a coach too. Like I cast like a coach. You know, we talk about macro lines, the big picture, and all that sort of stuff. He's doing all the big picture stuff. Every play the coach makes is always big picture, directional sort of thing, and it's never just like super crazy mechanically on that specific turn. But he definitely does understand the matchups and tries to go for the overview big lines of play. So I like it. It's a good way to play Hearthstone. I think the big picture stuff is way more important than, you know, being the best technical player and figuring out the best little niche thing to do on that turn. It's just knowing the right plan for the whole game rather than knowing the right plan for that turn. Looks like the coach is going to the restroom, and you know, I'm gonna join him. I know he's talking with his team. I can't do that, but wait for the next match to get started. See if Frozen can come back, or if the coach is gonna snowball his lead. Alright, looks like the players are getting ready after some brief strategy team discussion. If the coach is able to win this, he is going to be on a double kill and get some bonus money. So the more players you take out, the more money you get for yourself. You also, if you win the entire round by defeating the entire other team, you get a hefty chunk of change for the whole team. So, a lot on the line. This is a premier tournament with a huge prize pool. 150,000 RMB for round 1 and round 2. 300,000. You know, round 3 doubles. Everything, it's like double money. It's just like a real game show, you know, and they do the different rounds. Then in round 3 is double points. The Anyfin Paladin deck again. So I was really impressed by the way that this guy LVG played the Anyfin Paladin round 1. He knew exactly what to do and was able to get win with an off-meta deck. And it looks like Frozen here jamming the always classic, most common top 10 legend Aggro Pirate Jade Shaman. Left up. The coach not banning Shaman. We saw round 1, neither Dog or LVGE banned Shaman. In round 2, Frozen bans Shaman. LVGE continues, leaving Shaman up, banning Warrior instead. He respects Pirate Warrior more than Pirate Shaman. Coach looking confident, ready for action. Frozen also looks confident. Doesn't look too scared. He's been here before. He's been down 0-1 before and came back and won it. And he's queuing Shaman against Anyfin Paladin. I always feel very confident playing anything versus Anyfin Paladin, except maybe Hunter. Even then, I think Hunter's actually favored. I think I'd feel less confident in Priest. Priest versus Anyfin Paladin is just abysmal. Ah, maybe that's what's going on here with the lineup. He's trying to make sure he can all-kill Priest, just in case Dragon Priest swings its way around. But kind of doesn't make too much sense with the Ronald Mage then. Double Doomsayer right from the get-go for the Anyfin Paladin, which is extremely powerful, but it's met by a Tunnel Trog Feral Spirits Buccaneer opening from Frozen, so also a powerful hand. But this Tunnel Trog's not going to be getting any work done. Doomsayer is going to shut that down immediately, and thank goodness for the coach that is there to shut it down, because otherwise this was going to get out of control really quick. Tunnel Trog would have grown to just inordinate amounts of strength. Wow. And he's even got Finja on 5 again. This guy's deck is crazy. Frozen's on the back foot already. It's always terrifying developing into a war leader too, just because they could just bluegill warrior your guys, or play another war leader and take value trades. Frozen did play around the Doomsayer to mitigate as much damage as possible by not, playing everything into the Doomsayer, because he wouldn't have been able to kill it the following turn if he had. So he would have lost the coin and an additional 1-drop, but even still, that Doomsayer was expensive, and he's going to go with Coin Jade Lightning to try and get back the tempo, deny any Murloc-associated value trades. But LVGE top decks, I think the only 4-drop in Anyfin Paladin. So absolutely stellar draw for him there. I imagine he plays it this turn. Finja, of course, coming down on 5. Feral Spirit's Flame Tongue Totem, not a bad little defense here, but is it enough for the Finja? Does seem to be. Doesn't have any way to make the Finja trade up currently, and Finja doesn't do much if it can't trade up. It needs to be able to kill a minion to spawn 2 Murlocs from your deck. So maybe Frozen is going to be able to turn this one around. It's going to be tough still. It's a tall order to turn this one around. Oh, Doomsayer here, He does have additional cycle in his hand with the Hammer of Wrath. But you gotta imagine Frozen's not going to kill the Doomsayer, and then you're going to lose your Finja. Do you win if you lose the Finja? Maybe you do. Maybe you just are able to develop enough into the next turn. But, you know, Aldor Hammer of Wrath is not a great development turn. That's really interesting. I don't think I would do it. But it might work out for him. If Frozen kills it, this is... Then you gain 7 life, and I don't think Frozen can win the game. So I think Frozen has to go all face in this scenario. And let the Finja die. Patches coming out here. It's just gonna maximize Flame Tongue value, get in some charger damage. It does appear to be killing the Doomsayer. So, he is preserving his board to leave Finja up. It's really interesting, huh? If you leave the Finja up... I mean, if you leave the Doomsayer up, then you get in a... awkward position if your opponent has heal. And this way it gets awkward if he's able to activate Finja easily. Which, I mean, he can activate it on board. Maybe Finja pulls not great Murlocs for this situation. But yeah, it's really hard to say which line is better when answering the Doomsayer or not answering the Doomsayer. I just think it's really hard to actually have enough damage to close the game when giving your opponent 7 additional life here. The Wild Pyromancer, timely pickup here to be able to help clean everything up. And he can even trade off Finja if he wanted to into the Flame Tongue Totem, allowing it to live. And then get 2 bluegills, fully clear the board. Or you could even trade it off into the 1/1 Pirate first. And then you could keep a bluegill around if you did double bluegill. Gonna go into the Flame Tongue Totem. 1 bluegill to take a nice little trade up on the 1/1. And Frozen's looking at 6 damage out of hand and 21 health that he needs to beat down, and a total loss of board control thanks to the power of Finja. Anyfin Paladin really performing this tournament. He's gonna try and outvalue him. He can't win with damage, he's gonna take him to Value Town. It's gonna be tough. Well, Tyrion outvalues about all of Frozen's deck. Yep. That's a good draw on turn 8. I don't think I've ever seen Anyfin Paladin draw that well. The coach takes game 2. He is up 2-0 now. Absolutely devastating performance from LVGE. Frozen's gonna take a timeout. Appears players take timeouts between every single game. One or the other. I don't think Frozen can believe what just happened. He's smiling way too much. He's going to talk to the team now. A lot of laughs. A lot of laughs. Yeah, they're just all talking about how there's nothing he could do. You can't beat that Anyfin curve. Anyfin's not a deck with a high % chance to nut draw, but that happened, man. And it was beautiful. Oh, look at, they got the tribe icons up there on the little banners. Cydonia offering some advice here. The laugh stopped, started becoming some serious discussion. Cydonia maybe has some lines that I guess Frozen could have improved on or something. Yeah. The initial laugh of, oh my god, did you guys see that Anyfin Paladin draw? Is now followed by what looks like the serious sadness of, we're about to be down 0-2, this is a bummer. I wonder if Coach speaks English. It looks like he's trying to pay attention to it, while like trying to look like he's not paying attention to what they're saying. Sneaky. Frozen down 0-2. NA down 0-1. Nothing you can't come back from though. Still a lot of Hearthstone to be played. NA with 4 lives remaining, well, 3.5, and China, all 5 lives still remaining. Every time a player is defeated in the entire series, not a game, but the entire series, they're out of the tournament. And the last team with players left in the tournament wins. So the Rogue deck again. The Shaku Conceal Rogue performed extremely well last time. Was able to get some crazy Miracle Rogue things. Had Gadget Conceal on 7, Shaku on 3. Ooh, the Rogue Mirror. So Frozen's Rogue a little bit different. Instead of Shaku, has Questing Adventure in the build. Questing Adventure oftentimes a lot better in the mirror just because it is a lot more additional damage. You can go Questing Conceal and then count how many cards you'll play the next turn, and that's how much damage you're doing next turn. So damage is all that really matters at some point in the Rogue Mirror. Obviously, like tempo and board control in the beginning, but then it becomes a damage race towards the end, and one player is able to kill the other player just before the other player is able to kill them a lot of the time. So it comes down to little bits of micro damage, man. Just little dagger pokes and things like that, and how much damage you squeeze out of your conceals. It's a fun little matchup. Lots of attrition, lots of aggression. The Rogue Mirror. Advantage Frozen by, I'd say, like, maybe 2%. Like, it's one card change, right? So it's not super influential, but I guess it depends if both players are running 2 conceals or not. Because 2 conceals, that's pretty big, because that gets you closer to the break point of being able to draw 30 damage faster. Rogue has no taunts or heals, so going all face is a very viable option. Most important thing is having the coin. Second most important thing is drawing Buccaneer. If you do not have the coin and you do not draw Buccaneer, you're probably going to lose. If you do not have the coin and you do draw Buccaneer, and your opponent doesn't have an answer to it, you're probably favored. So, I'm liking the coach's hand thus far. Not so sold on this SI or this coin, but Buccaneer gets the job done. Frozen, on the other hand, he's got the slow hand, right? If he's able to kind of live a little bit, pick up like a backstab to stop the Buccaneer aggression, he's going to have a beautiful late game with the Tomb Pillager gathering extra coins, him having the initial coin. His Gadgets in turn is going to be off the chain. The question is he going to be alive the Gadgets in turn? And the answer is probably not at the current point. That's a double Buccaneer start into a Shaku. That's gonna hurt. Frozen needs to find a backstab or some way to really help it out here. And no dice. second Buccaneer would be really awkward here because you want to be playing Shaku on 3 every time. So I really like taking this opportunity to dagger rather than develop the Buccaneer. Oof, Leroy is no help here. Looks like he's committing to playing for tempo. Well, it does give him the ability to try and play for value, too. He could try and go for a Fan of Knives here if nothing was developed. Or he can go for Coin Tomb Pillager and then finish off the Buccaneer. But, yeah, this Buccaneer puts in so much work. One player having Buccaneer and the other player not is usually GG in this matchup. He can't really afford to face tank it with the impending threat of Shaku, so he has to go for a Fan of Knives here, be as defensive as possible. Now we can start getting to the point where Conceal becomes damage. Fan of Knives has already been used. Yeah, the coach can play Ferryman, and then can play Buccaneer, Conceal. That's 5, 6, 7, 8 damage on the board, plus the Leroy damage is 1 damage off lethal. So, coach has a 2-turn lethal setup here. And Frozen needs to go... Yeah, Betrayal's not going to do it. Can he set up his own lethal faster? Cold Blood Conceal? No. He didn't get Vanish. He can't get any heal off Swashbuckler cards or taunts because Rogue doesn't have them. But he is setting up his max amount of damage as well. 8, 9, 10, 16. And you can see how it starts becoming very racy, this matchup. Another one. Well, if it wasn't GG already, that secures it even further. $16 damage for Frozen, potential for 20. He's 5 off no matter which way you look at it. And that's going to be GG. One player had Buccaneer, the other player didn't have an answer to it, and that happens a lot in pirate-related matchups. Wasn't much you could do there from either side. It was just kind of decided by draw immediately. But yeah, that's a double kill for the coach. Back-to-back 3-0s. LVGE scores himself 5,000 RMB as bonus personal money and gets one step closer to securing some money for the team, securing round 1. And Team USA, or not USA, sorry, we have a Canadian representative. Team North America is down 0-2 against China, day 1. So, who will they send out? So that's roughly $750-ish for coach there. Nice little hefty bonus. Yeah, nice little way to start the new year. But yeah, I've been impressed with him, man. LVGE. Never heard of him before. But, one of the core players and coaches for Team Chosen One. He's a veteran with crafty skills. He's done very well in multiple official tournaments, including the Stone League in Gudong Province, and twice made it in the round of 8 into the Gold League, Hearthstone Open. But he hasn't won a Gold League yet. It's just they're kind of like the same sort of person. You look at Frozen, he's the guy that always gets top 8, and that's LVGE as well. He's the guy that always gets top 8. So, very similar sort of background. But, LVGE trying to prove that the Chinese scene is stronger than the North American scene. That's terrifying, man. So, from Team North America's side, they sent out a guide in the beginning. You know, it was blind. They don't know who they're going up against or what's happening, and they got beat, you know. And then round 2, they get to send out a guy to try and counter the guy because they know LVG has to stay up. So Frozen was the guy that they decided was the best suited to counter the coach. And he did not get the job done. He was unable to counter the coach. So now, they didn't take a bite out of these damn straws. All right. And now, they have to try and figure out who they want to send out that is like their second best alternative to counter him, because that was what they had. That was North America's best counter in their mind, because that's why they sent him up first. They might have to release the noodle. I don't know. It's tough. Some discussion happening. Note-taking. Laughs. Looks like Sidonia's stepping up. Saw him moving around. I don't know. Trying to make a read on the situation. Judging who's going to play based on facial expression. Chat spam, release the noodle. Everybody's just waiting for the noodle all kill. But anyway, I'm happy for LVGE. I just met the guy today via the internet personality. I didn't meet him. I've seen him today, and yeah, he seems like a nice guy, and I'm happy for his success. He's crushing it, man. His breakout performance. He's been a guy that's constantly gotten top 8s, and he's looking to try and make a name for himself. He was the leadoff guy of the team, so you know they just sent out whoever first, and they're like, yeah, you're the coach, you know, just try and gather some information, and then we'll counterpick him because we're the best. And he's like, nah, guys, got this. So I'm happy for him. He's doing great work. All right, let's see who's coming up. Sidonia. Dude, nailed that read on the body language. Sidonia tries to challenge the coach. He is playing, it appears to be the exact same lineup as Frozen. Shaman, Rogue, Reno Lock, and the Warrior. And the Warrior is yet again banned from the coach. Or by the coach. Yeah. Their best alternative, or their best option from Team North America appears to be the jam the same exact lineup into him approach. They believe, I guess by that it means they think that they just got unlucky in the round previous. So they think Frozen got high rolled and LVGE got lucky to win with that lineup against his lineup, and they believe the lineup is favored overall, so they're sending in a player that also brought the same exact lineup as Frozen. Now, coach is going to have to try and prove, you know what, I didn't get lucky. My lineup beats yours. I planned for this. And maybe he's able to do it, maybe he's not. I'm interested to find out, see if it's able to continue going in his favor or not. I don't think no one's even going to touch the strawberries all day, are they? Decorative food. That's something you don't see every day in America. OP. So I imagine they're also talking about the similarities in deck lists between Sidonia and Frozen, and who is, or what they gotta be thinking. Strategy of queuing the same decks into a guy that just defeated those decks. Leading off, Anyfin Paladin. 2-0 currently with the Anyfin Paladin and all of his other decks. He has gotten very fortunate at Anyfin Paladin draws. Finja 5 has happened every single time, and Sidonia queuing up with the Rogue to counter it. Questing Adventurer Rogue seems to be exactly like Frozen's build of Rogue. Should be extremely favored against Anyfin Paladin. Could fall into trouble if Anyfin Paladin's able to get Finja on 5 and True Silver on 4 and whatnot, but typically speaking, the Rogue's going to be at a huge advantage. Just has a lot of burst, the ability to sap Tyrion, and the ability to have a lot of must-kill minions, and Paladin's good at sweeping an entire board, but they're not good at picking off individual minions unless they have True Silver. So an Azure Drake can oftentimes be left on the field against Paladin, or Gadgets and Auctioneers sometimes, unless you have a quality Consecrate, which is not an ideal answer to one minion, but sometimes you have to do it because it's so threatening the rogue minions. So it's a bit interesting. I think if we look at Vicious Syndicate stats and other sort of stat databases that gather matchup statistics, the best possible deck against any Finn Paladin is Miracle Rogue. So, I think there's a very high probability that Cydonia might finally be able to take a game off LVGE, be the first guy from the North American team to do so. Players most likely getting ready. This is the sole Canadian representative on the team, right? With Cydonia. So Canada looking to come in big. You know, every year there's like one outbreak player from Canada. You know, there was like Purple in the past, and then there was Hot Form. It's a pretty strong Hearthstone scene. It's not like the most well-established Hearthstone scene in the world, but there's always a few pretty good Canadian players. You know, they're not a weak group, that's for sure. And Cydonia currently the forefront of the Canadian Hearthstone group, I'd have to say. Most accomplished Canadian player currently. Been on a hot streak lately. He's played in only 3 or 4 tournaments total, and he's gotten second or better in all of them. So he is on the up and up, coming off of a second place finish at the Hearthstone All-Star Playoffs in China, where he was taken out by Jason Zhao in the finals, who's also here, by the way. So they're kind of like rivals, as Cydonia was taken out by Jason Zhao at BlizzCon as well. So he seems to be able to beat everyone except Jason Zhao. So we'll see if that trend continues here, or if he's able to overcome Jason Zhao too. When I first met Cydonia in California, the Burbank studio for, what was that? I think that was like the off-stage rounds of BlizzCon. He's a player that, very positive attitude, some good positive mental attitude going on, but at the same time, really had a hard time dealing with nerves. But that was his first tournament back then, or I guess second tournament at a LAN area, and since then, he has played an additional 2 tournaments, so maybe nerves or something he's kind of come over, but that was one of his biggest struggles. That was like 5 months ago, I think it was, so he's had a little bit of time to maybe recuperate from that and adjust with the nerves, but hopefully, for his sake, that isn't an issue here. A little bit of finger tapping going on. Doesn't look too nervous though. He looks confident, poised to strike. Coach does too though. And Coach has just been doing just that, striking all day. LVGE. Back-to-back 3-0s, bonus money in his pocket. Cues up the Anyfin Paladin yet again. That has just been crushing everybody. Warrior Band again. Paladin versus Rogue. Shaman Band from LVGE. So Cydonia follows the exact same lineup as Frozen had and the exact same band. So it's basically a rerun of the last series, except Cydonia's playing instead of Frozen and hoping to get a bit better luck, I assume, because you only queue the same lineup into the same guy if you feel like you got unlucky. LVGE here has the best card in the matchup, True Silver Champion. That card kills 2 rogue minions. It's absolutely insane. And he has one of the second best cards in the matchup, which is having the coin, because that means the rogue guy doesn't have it. No Buccaneer for Cydonia. It's not a matchup where you need the Buccaneer, but obviously having it on one is definitely beneficial. But having the counterfeit coin plus gadget plus a Tomb Pillager is going to mean extremely powerful gadgets and turns. Cydonia looks like he's got no options this turn. He's just taking deep breaths, writing down outlines for easier note-taking, it looks like. You know, usually players have their own little system for how they write down notes. So you trace the hands, write down how many cards they've kept, set up like columns for tally marks, all that sort of good stuff so you can follow the hand easier and note-take more efficiently so you can focus on the game. Everybody's got their own little system they like to follow. I usually follow it for the first 4 turns, and then I start just paying too much attention to the game, lose focus on notes, and it turns into scribbling. So hopefully he does a better job than I do. I think it's probably because I didn't pay attention in school because I was playing Hearthstone, so I can't take notes very well, but Cydonia appears to be taking notes quite professionally. He probably went to college. Not too many options here. It's dagger and swing or dagger and not swing. And he's thinking about doing it before he daggers up. He wants to think about the entire turn before utilizing the mana. Good patience, good utilization of time. I like it. Definitely does not seem like the same Cydonia we saw before, where he played extremely quickly and was nervous. He seems to have been really working on those nerves that he told me about the first time I met him, and it's benefiting him greatly. Coach holding on to the coin, make sure you can get True Silver or Barnes out on the next turn. Have strong plays going forward. Now Fan of Knives kind of punishes the dagger poke a little bit, because if you choose to cycle the Fan of Knives, then you won't have a dagger going forward. So Cydonia has a few options here. Coin 2 Pillager, cycle Fan of Knives, or dagger re-dagger. Personally, I don't think you want to coin the Tomb Pillager. It plays right into the potential coin True Silver of an opponent that kept 2 cards. Oftentimes a Paladin player that keeps 2 cards is going to have True Silver Champion, so rushing out Tomb Pillager doesn't seem beneficial. Having a dagger going forward is not super important in the Paladin matchup, so I think Fan of Knives is the strongest play in the turn. So, I like the play. I think holding the dagger is extremely important, because next turn is most often locked up with Tomb Pillager. Ooh, thinking about playing the War Leader here. I'd be interested by that. He does have True Silver to clean up Tomb Pillagers, Gadgets, and Drakes, but at the same time, War Leader plus Bluegill charging for 4 is pretty good against Rogue. So he's going to forgo the ability to do that later on to put out more pressure this turn to try and maybe deny a Tomb Pillager from Cydonia, because now Cydonia has to kind of react to this War Leader a little bit. But fortunate enough for Cydonia, he has the backstab and the dagger charge that he held onto from the last turn to be able to clean up the War Leader while also developing the Tomb Pillager. So yeah, a little bit of a risk here from LVGE, which is fine. I think you have to take risks in this matchup. This is the worst possible matchup in all of Hearthstone for any Fin Paladin. Aside from some deck just specifically designed to beat any Fin Paladin, right? Like if you talk about the like standard matchups in Hearthstone, this one is the hardest for any Fin Paladin. Double Bluegill. Imagine if that War Leader had stuck around. That would have been disgusting, so. Coach just True Silvering it down. You're not too mad about the War Leader dying because you do have the True Silver to recuperate, but you're not happy about it either. This is a bit of an interesting turn. He have a few options with either Tomb Pillager or Drake, or even something crazy like Tomb Pillager, Coin, Edwin. Plays into like a quality Pyro or quality Consecrate, but a lot of pressure. I personally think you want to save Edwin and the Gadget, and do some sort of Edwin Gadget crazy turn. But if you look at the advantages and disadvantages here, so Azure Drake, most mana efficient play. Tomb Pillager though is the slowest play, like it takes the most time to develop. So I like the Tomb Pillager a little bit more than the Azure Drake, especially since you're feeding a True Silver. Like whatever you play is going to die. If Azure Drake dies, you get the benefit of drawing a card from the Battle Cry. If this dies, you get the coin. You can draw the card with the Battle Cry later on without the Azure Drake dying. To get the coin, this guy has to die, so I like playing the Death Rattle into the death. You must be playing every coin this turn. Starts with the counterfeit coin instead of the coin that his opponent knows he has. I must say, I do like the Conceal here. One of the great benefits of the Conceal is, if your opponent has to Wild Pyromancer Equality to remove the Gadget, then the Fidget dies. So you're only worried about Equality Consecrate instead of Wild Pyromancer Equality, so I think that is heavily weighed into Sidonia's decision to Conceal here. No preps for the Gadget, though, is a bit unfortunate, but he did cycle a hefty amount of cards. You know, he was able to draw an additional 4 with that Gadget. Blessing a Might or Blessing a Kings allows for a lot of damage with these charging bluegills. 8 damage in the hand, actually. It's not nothing. 8 damage, you take the Kings, suddenly you're looking at 12 damage in your hand. I like Kings, I think, but Blessing a Might's a lot more flexible, right? You get to potentially go Barnes, Blessing a Might on the Finja and take a nice little trade up to spawn other Murlocs. The Murlocs, though, you only spawn one. You only spawn the War Leader, and if you draw the War Leader, you spawn nothing. So the Might also heals for a lot less. That is a factor against Rogue. So it's a bit scary only taking the 1 healing, but it's gonna go for it. No Cold Bloods or Eviscerates have been used, right? So a lot of potential damage can come out here. 22 damage potential out of hand this turn. If you go Leroy, Cold Blood, Prepavis, Prepavis. I mean, it's not likely, but it's possible. When you see your Gadget get unanswered, you can oftentimes assume there's no equality. Sidonia going in here with a Questing Adventurer. Picks up Eviscerate for additional damage. That's got to be getting chucked right at the face. Prep draw. Could save it for an additional turn. Make a big Edwin with it later on. You do have another Gadget remaining, and the deck is getting quite thin. Cycling Backstab seems reasonable, though. You definitely don't want to prep Zap, though, because you give your opponent extra healing. And you would lose your Zap for Tyrion. 10% for the equality. And he hits it! He is still dead to Cold Blood or Eviscerate off the top for Sidonia. 1 Cold Blood, 1 Eviscerate remaining. Pretty good odds for Sidonia to try and find some lethal damage here. Good, but not great. He's thinking about whether or not he wants to reveal Finja. One fan was cycled on turn 3, but the second fan still remains. I think he's so far behind that he's got to risk saving it. Yeah. Right? Like, if the fan happens, he probably loses either way. We haven't seen patches yet. Well, now we have. Oh, could have tried to play the Buccaneer first to cycle out patches, but he obviously wanted to use Fan of Knives this turn off this Drake off the top. One of the saps going down to just remove pressure and put out a large Edwin to try and contest. One sap is gone, which makes Tyrion seem tempting. The issue is in the fact that there could be a second sap looming around the corner. 8 damage in the hand for Sidonia. So he's 1 damage off lethal if the entire board gets cleared. And he has 2 cards that could give him lethal. Is there a way to clear the board while also developing the heal? Not really. The only way to clear while developing heal is if you roll Rag Lightlord, right? So this is going to pull out the War Leader. Only 1 War Leader, though, because he played 1 on turn 3. Which allows him to utilize the 2 Bluegills to remove the 8/8. And then he can coin out Barnes, which could hit Rag Lightlord and heal him for 8. Pretty much sealing the game if he hits it. He's going to go with Acolyte instead. Maybe he doesn't run Rag Lightlord. We haven't seen it yet. Acolyte to try and draw for additional heal later on. Coin for Sidonia is no help currently. Is there lethal outs? There's no lethal outs this turn, right? So Sidonia just has to develop a board. Buccaneer is no help. He's drawn his early game in the late game. Oh my. He might be able to turn this around. Sidonia's had so many chances to just draw this one last lethal bit of damage. LVGE, though, hanging on by the skin of his teeth. It's a good board, but Consecrate cleans all of it up. He does have lethal set up if there's no heal, though, but Coach can Consecrate and heal. Using the Ivory Knight, he can clear the entire board and gain health this turn. He just needs to try and find like a 6 or better off this to kind of close out the game. All 1s, wow. It's going to put him 1 health out of range. Sidonia is still going to have the second Cold Blood and second Eviscerate for lethal top decks. That's it. That's lethal with the Cold Blood there. That was close. Sidonia didn't really find it that turn, then he was going to be in a heap of trouble once more heal started coming out. So, the first point for North America. They're finally on the board against China. Today started out with LVGE, the coach, going up 3-0 against 2 players, Dog and Frozen. But now, Tides are starting to turn around as Cydonia takes game 1 of match 3 against LVGE, putting North America on the table. First game of the tournament. It only took half the day to get there, but we did it. Canada represent. You know, I consider myself like half Canadian because I'm from Michigan, so it's like I can see Canada from places I've lived before. So yeah, I'm starting to switch over. The Canadian side seems better than the USA side. I might just have to, you know, go across the Detroit River and join that team. We'll see. It depends how well Cydonia keeps doing, you know. If he's able to take it, maybe Firebat's Canadian. But yeah, impressive play from Cydonia, and you know, I want to just stress again how relaxed he is compared to, you know, previous tournaments we've seen him in. He told me the first time I've ever casted him that he had a lot of problems with nerves in the beginning. That was a real tough aspect for him, and since then it looks like he's employed some strategies that can help him deal with nerves. You see him taking deep breaths, taking a lot of time on his turns, and you know, it's paying dividends. It's working well so far this game, and has been working well in the past for him, as his track record has been phenomenal as of late. And he's going up with the Aggro Shaman. Standard Aggro Shaman. You've probably played against this on ladder. You've probably played this on ladder yourself. It's a pretty good deck. It's got a bunch of Jade cards, a bunch of Pirates. Starts out very aggressive and stays aggressive all the way through, and can sometimes transition into a value-oriented game plan. Things like Hazard Drake and Aya at the top end, so that you can the power of the Jade Golems. Typically has a slightly favored win rate in every matchup in all of Hearthstone. There are a few, like Control Warrior, where it performs exceptionally poorly in, but other than that, you gotta be happy queuing it up against just about everything. North America over China. Anything Paladin versus Aggro Shaman. And I like this Aggro Shaman curve. I think it's very powerful to start out with a Pirate into a Flame Tongue. It just jams so much damage at your opponent. So turn 1, you play the Pirate, they pass, because Paladin does not have any turn 1 plays. And then turn 2, you play Flame Tongue Totem, and they're already taking 7 damage. And plus the 1 from the initial patches charge. So I would keep Deckhand and Flame Tongue, and the Paladin player basically starts the game at 22 life. Yeah. That's tough to deal with. Wow, he's even got the claws now. You still open with the Pirate Flame Tongue, and then just follow up with, ooh, double weapons, kind of sad, but it's nice because it'll kill the dude that contests your pirates. Coach's hand, not pretty, no Doomsayer. In this matchup, you basically need Doomsayer. But the thing about Cydonia's opening is it beats Doomsayer, because you come out with 7 power on turn 2. So even if Coach had his optimal play of Doomsayer, this mulligan keep from Cydonia just smashes Doomsayer. So powerful against it. Because you can just kill the Doomsayer and then move on with your life. So Coach is pinned up against a wall right now. And if he tries to like coin hero power to try and contest this, then he's going to fall even further behind, because Paladin's got a lot of expensive cards and he's really going to want to coin one of those out. Now he's got the option to not play Flame Tongue and maybe go for Claws instead, but the great part about the Flame Tongue is there's no real way Paladin can clear it on turn 2. It has 3 health, so it doesn't die to Bluegill Warrior. They can't Hammer Wrath or True Silver yet. And then on turn 3, you're unoverloaded, you just play Feral Spirits. And now you got Taunts protecting it from True Silver. It's even harder to deal with. And the Feral Spirits don't extend into Consecrate. And I think at this point, Coach just needs to drop this Doomsayer here to try and gain 7 life. He's in a panic. He's not looking comfortable anymore. Yeah. Doesn't have many other options. I think he's just going to take too much damage. If he's going to win this game, he's going to need to draw Quality into Pyromancer, like, back to back. Or I guess even Pyromancer into Consecrate could do it, because he could, like, Pyromancer coin something, clean up a lot of the power on the board. So, what is the advantage to Buccaneer plus weapon? It puts out 4 power. Feral Spirits also puts out 4 power, but it plays into Consecrates and Feral Spirits doesn't. So I think Feral Spirits is the only play on the turn that makes any sense. Oof. That's not Wild Pyromancer or Equality. Is there any way he can set up for something? Anything he could... Maybe he could get Finja off of Barnes, and then draw Equality, and then trade the Barnes... No, then he needs to draw Consecrate. So you coin Barnes, it pulls Finja, you draw Consecrate, then you Consecrate, and then trade in the Finja, and pull 2 Bluegill War Leaders, clear the board. Coach doesn't think he needs to high roll that hard. He thinks he can just set up to clear with Consecrate this way, which is very, very valid. He's trying to go with the consistency line here, and I'm thinking there's no time to be consistent. Shaman gonna kill you, but I think those are the 2 lines there. One's coin Barnes, one's coin True Silver. Depends how lucky you feel. Whew. Consecrate still cleans up the board nicely if he's able to find it. If he does run Rag Lightlord, now would be the time to roll it off Barnes. Or Abomination. Bluegill Warrior wouldn't be bad. Could maybe stay alive. Wild Pyromancer, no help. He is alive on board, technically, but we can see that he is dead. And that's why people ban Shaman. I've been really surprised why LVG has not been banning Shaman, but he's been able to handle it quite nicely. Against Frozen, he was able to draw a double Doomsayer opening and handle the Shaman that way, but this time no dice, and the Shaman's able to get a win, crushing the Anyfin Paladin, and the Canadian representative of Team North America, Sidonia, is up 2-0, and with that, it looks like Coach talking to the ref here, probably going to go recap, discuss with his team, figure out what's going on, you know, bandage up and try and get a new strategy going on here. Oh, Canada. The savior North America needed, I guess. Finally putting a stop, or starting to put a stop to LVGE, the team coach. So, one of the things I kind of want to recap a little bit is that Sidonia and Frozen's lineup is almost identical. They have the same classes, and they've had the same builds of 2 of the 3 classes that they've played, and they had the same exact ban. Now, Frozen got 3-0'd by LVGE, and Sidonia's up 2-0. So, Team North America believes that the lineup that Sidonia and Frozen are both bringing is super favored against LVGE's lineup, and they believe that they just got unlucky. So that's why they're re-queuing it back up into coach here. So, and they're kind of proving that at the moment right now, because Sidonia's just crushing it with the same lineup that Frozen brought. Looks like we're having a brief intermission while the players get ready and discuss strategy and whatnot. So we'll be right back with the action after this.
Hello， 大家好，我是。我是驴哥，然后是江西抚州人，然后现在算是一名半职业的炉石玩家。然后我比较喜欢用的职业是牧师和骑士。最好的炉石传说的奖项应该就是蓝金黄金公开赛专业组的季军，然后包括这次黄金总决赛的第4名。对于新版本，我觉得还可以吧，因为之前就是上几个版本我也陆续参加过一些大小比赛，然后成绩可能都不理想。然后这次加吉森版本一出，还算打出了一个比较不错的比赛成绩。然后当前加吉森版本下，我觉得最强的职业应该是萨满。这次中美对决的目标就是希望自己可以躺赢3场。
Yeah, hi, I'm Julian or Sidonia. I'm a Hearthstone player from Montreal, Canada. As for my favorite decks, I'm really competitive and I always want to play the decks that give me the best chance of winning. So right now I've been playing a lot of Aggro Shaman, for instance. For my opinion, I think my personality is pretty relaxed. I think I'm pretty easygoing. But however, when I play Hearthstone, when I play other card games, or when I do sports, I'm really competitive. I always try to find edges and try to win. For Hearthstone, I won the Spring Championship for Americas in 2016. So that qualified me for Worlds at BlizzCon, where I finished top 8. So that's the biggest award I got so far, but I only played competitively for 1 year so far. Yeah, we just had a new expansion come out, which changed the metagame a lot. I think what I like about this metagame is that it's pretty balanced between the top decks. So there's a lot of decks that are good, but the fact that there are like some patches decks and then some Reno decks means it's really difficult to compete if you don't play one of those 2 cards. As a player, I always strive for every tournament I play, even if it's a smaller tournament. I always try to work on the best decks, try to learn all the important decks in the meta, and always play as best I can. Even if I'm playing like just a casual game and I made some stupid mistakes, I'm going to be angry at myself. So what I want to do is play as well as possible and don't let my teammates down. I know some players on the Chinese team very well. For example, I've played against Jason Zhou twice already. So what I want to tell them is that this time we are winning.
All right. Yeah, Sidonia versus Jason Zhao is a big rivalry. So if Sidonia does win this, I'm excited for that match, because you got to imagine the Chinese team is going to bring out Jason Zhao. He has been the Sidonia killer, basically. Sidonia's been defeating pretty much everyone in Hearthstone except Jason Zhao, and Jason Zhao has stopped him in the finals of his last tournament, and in BlizzCon he was stopped by Jason Zhao as well. So that's going to be tough for him. That's definitely, if anything, there's got to be some sort of a little bit of a mental block there when you verse someone so many times, even like you just twice is a lot, and they've beaten you every time, and it can get really frustrating. So hopefully for his sake, he overcomes it, destroys the rivalry, and takes down Jason Zhao, who is one of the most decorated, if not the most decorated player on the Chinese team. But first, if he's ever going to make it to that point, he's going to have to defeat LVGE, who has been destroying all of the North American team. Back-to-back 3-0s, crushing people. But now, he's got him on the ropes. Sidonia's up 2-0 against LVGE. Is he going to be the guy that takes down the coach and puts North America on the board? Maybe we don't have to unleash the noodle. Reno Lock versus Reno Mage. This is a matchup that LVGE has already played today and won comfortably from the Mage's perspective. So you have to imagine that's why he's queuing it up first, and you got to think he maybe feels really comfortable in the lineup or in the matchup here. And if you look at the entire construction of LVG's lineup, like Rogue, Anyfin Paladin, Reno Mage with Cold Light Oracles, all of these decks are pretty good against Reno Lock. So this might have been the coach's main overarching theme / strategy for the lineup, was to be able to have the potential, they're all solid decks, except maybe Anyfin Paladin, and they all target the Reno Lock. So he's able to get reverse sweeps there. So I wouldn't say that this series is over just yet. Sidonia's still got some trouble ahead of him. He's not out of the woods. Coach has got some tricks up his sleeve, and fortunate enough for Sidonia, though, he does have Reno already in his opening hand. Great card for the matchup. You got to draw it eventually. You maybe don't want it in your opening hand, but it's never, you're never like super upset about it. You're always happy it's kind of there. You want Mountain Giant Twilight Drake to begin the pressure. Faceless Shambler. Emperor Thoristan or Ragnaros. Just big threats is what you want from the Reno Lock perspective. You want to pressure down the Reno Mage as fast as possible. And then the Reno Mage wants to try and find draw so that they can cycle their way towards Antonidas combos or just general burn so that they can kill you over the top. Kind of the two conflicting styles here. We did see the Faceless Manipulator in the mulligan for Sidonia, which means he is running the Leroy Power Rolling Faceless combo, which is often not run in Jiraxis-related Reno Locks. So, combo Reno Lock instead of value Reno Lock, which means he's most likely going to be an aggressor in the matchup and try and win by pressure rather than win by stabilization, Kazakus armor, and Jiraxis value. Seven cards in the hand. Could tap, could play Imp Gang Boss. If you tap, you go up to 8 cards and then draw an additional card, giving you 9 cards. So if you do happen to draw a Mountain Giant in one of those 2 cards, you get to play a 4-mana 8/8. However, if you play Imp Gang Boss, you get to get in 2 damage and have that developed for the next turn. So, conflicting. It's pretty close. I kind of like tapping better than Imp Gang Boss because the potential of Mountain Giant and Twilight Drake is increased and they're so much more powerful. The Imp Gang Boss doesn't accomplish a lot on the board immediately, and so it takes the time, analyzes the situation, and also goes with a tap there. It's pretty tempting to play the Imp Gang Boss, right? Like, you think, I got 3 mana, might as well play my 3-drop, but in the grand scheme of things, what the 3-drop accomplishes is much less. It's a macro line disguised inside a micro line. It's deep. Unfortunately for Sidonia, though, unable to find the Mountain Giant or the Twilight Drake, so doesn't end up rewarding him. Spider Tank comes down for the coach, basically. Just a vanilla 3/4. Doesn't want value in the matchup. Doesn't want to get multiple Kazakuses. He wants to win by burning out his opponent. So He wants to just develop pressure on the board himself. Imp Gang Boss is pretty awkward to clear, that's for sure. But he doesn't have to clear it. He has the ability to coin Kabbalist Tome if he wants. Get that value in immediately. Otherwise, there's not much he's doing with the current turn. Otherwise, he just floats too much mana if not. It's kind of a bummer to have to use the coin, but at least you're doing something. And wow, that is an ugly tome. That is an awful novel. Not a lot of great little tidbits in that one. Just depressing. It's got Shatter, Vaporize, and Potion of Polymorph. Maybe Potion of Polymorph is good. Maybe. You get to stop potential Emperor value or Rag value. You're definitely going to be wanting to play it going into your opponent's turn 6. So if they play Emperor, you can turn it into a sheep. But he really wanted to try and find Burn off the Kabbalist Tome. And he does have an activator for Shatter later on with Blizzard Shatter. But it's not ideal. Definitely not ideal. You definitely wouldn't play those cards in your deck. Man. Now you gotta look at maybe potentially having to use Burn to clear, which you never want to do. You gotta think your opponent's turn 6 is coming up. That's the best turn for them to play Sylvanas and Emperor. So Polymorph Potion, or Potion of Polymorph, is at its best value currently. But playing it means answering the board. But do you even want to answer the board? If you use single target removal, you limit your burn in the future. So you kind of want to just let this board simmer and then utilize your AoE to clean it up in following turns. So yeah, I like this play. I like it. Good macro line by the coach. Identifying how he wins the game isn't by tempo on the board. He wins the game with his burn over the top. Wow, Jiraxis and combo in the build from Cydonia. It's a really greedy version of Reno Lock. Potion of Polymorph, though, going to get extreme value here. Taking out the Emperor, not even allowing it to proc. Absolutely disgusting. Well timed there. Understanding what Cydonia wants to be doing and messing with what his opponent wants to be doing. Good macro line there by the coach. You know, he had the ability to try and like fireball or clean up the board there. And saves his burn while also setting up to mess with his opponent's turn. I love it. LVGE is off to a good start. But, you know, that's to be expected. This is the matchup he wanted. And Cydonia, though, isn't in a bad spot. He's got tons of pressure on the board still and could easily continue pushing it. Just needs to find a Drake or a Giant. I think this is like Ice Block Ping is the best play. Everything else seems like a bit of an overreaction to the current state of the board. One of the great things about knowing that there's no Emperor procs is there's no combo available for Cydonia. The max damage he can do in one turn is like Leroy Power Overwhelming Hellfire. So he's got like 13 max reach, potentially 14 if there's a Soulfire, but there's going to be no Leroy Power Overwhelming Faceless available for Cydonia at any point in this game. Which is huge, because that allows LVGE to be a lot more flexible with his life total. He can afford to take a lot of extra damage if he wants to. Cydonia just trying to pressure with the ooze. I mean, that's all he's got to pressure with, right? It's not great, but it's something. board gonna get cleaned up. A little bit of hand size issues for Cydonia. It's becoming awkward to be able to tap. But at least he has the ability to just drop out the mixtures and mixtures and free up some hand space if he needs to. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to win by rushing his opponent down. Because it's turn 8. He has no pressure minions in hand. And he has no ability to utilize the combo. So I think it's time for Cydonia to try and think about maybe shifting gears and going for the value line in the matchup. Trying to get Brand Kazakis, get 2 5-mana Kazakis spells that gain armor, or a 1-mana Kazakis spell that gains armor and a 10-mana one that gains armor, and then go Jiraxis plus gain armor in the turn you play Jiraxis to stay outside of the 15 burst that could be represented by LVGE, and then gain additional armor the turn after to continue staying outside of range and get a safe Jiraxis transition. LVGE picks up the Dirty Rat. That could have been huge. He could have got the Jiraxis or the Reno or the Bran, which all would have been devastating, but misses on all of it. He felt like it was time to Dirty Rat there. He gets a read on Cydonia's hand because Cydonia didn't really develop any sort of pressure minions, so you know he doesn't have any because he was trying to pressure you earlier on in the game, and he just stopped pressuring and held a bunch of cards. So what cards is he holding? Combo pieces and important stuff. So he's figures it's a good time to get the Dirty Rat out there, especially since he wanted to Blizzard the turn anyway. Cydonia could go for Jiraxis this turn. It's pretty risky at this point, but there has not been a torch cycled in. The risk comes into the fact that there's 2 random Kabbalist tome spells, and you just deal so much damage to yourself when you still have all your threats remaining that you can try and get out beforehand. But the earlier you transition to the Jiraxis, the less likely they are to have the burn to kill you. And without torch being cycled into the deck, technically speaking, without random cards, you're looking at 12 max burst from the Reno Mage opponent. That's going to mill a card. Cydonia's going to overdraw. He could overdraw Kazakis. Shadow Step. He could not overdraw Kazakis and then go Brand Kazakis, Shadow Step Kazakis. Holy smokes. God, imagine if Kazakis was a rogue card. That's terrifying. Overdraw's faceless, so nothing important. We could see 4 Kazakis potions this game. That's huge. Now he doesn't even need to ever transition to Jiraxis. You can outvalue a Reno Mage quite easily with 4 10-mana Kazakis potions. So I don't think you need to set up to Jiraxis at all. I think now, because of that, the random card there, you can actually just keep tapping, get a really large amount of health heal off of the Reno, and then try and make 4 Kazakis potions and just grind your opponent out with just infinite Kazakis revives. Leroy's already gone, so you can't Leroy Shadow Step, and Faceless now been burned, and the Emperor gone makes it so like killing your opponent is so hard to do with like large amounts of burst. Oh my. This is risky. There are 3 random spells in the hand of LVGE. 3 random spells. Cydonia's falling down to 13. Holy smokes. I mean, he's got the read. He's not dead. That is terrifyingly close, though. Cydonia's got some balls, ladies and gentlemen. No Bran with the Kazakis from Coach here, which means if he only gets 1 Kazakis proc and Cydonia gets 4, now you can really talk about outvaluing. what a battle cry sound effect. Alright. Well, you didn't die the last turn. But I don't think you want to push your luck. I think healing is the appropriate response. And you can even Shadow Flame. I mean, if you like Refreshment Vendor Shadow Flame? AoE 6, summon an 8/8. Yeah. I think just Reno is better. Would tap Reno though. And maybe he wants the tempo of the Refreshment Vendor. He misses the heal, but it's still a 3/5 that contests the 3/3s on board quite nicely. He's gonna Shadow Step the Reno. Interesting. There's a lot less value than the Kazakis, but... Huh. It's not a bad card to have Shadow Stepped, but... definitely not as good as Kazakis. Because at this point, is Reno Mage even going to burn him out? It does play around Alex Straza into burn, though. If he is playing the Refreshment Vendor that turn, then Alex Straza into burn is very scary. Because Alex Straza still hasn't been played. Coach is able to mill another card, but unfortunately for Coach, it's another non-essential card for Sidonia's game plan. Seven cards remaining for Sidonia, 13 cards remaining for Coach. So, if it does go to fatigue, the mage player is going to have an advantage in that regard. I think this is a pretty good board to AoE, honestly. Like, Reno Mage does not have very many minions, and there's only one Kazakis potion, so you need to save either Twisting or Shadow Flame for the Kazakis potion, but not both, because LVGE was only able to make one Kazakis potion this game. Alright, taking it slow, spacing out his resources, realizing that this game's getting grindy. People are starting to run out of cards. So Sidonia is trying to use as few resources as possible to respond to the board and tries to guarantee Sylvanas value here. Polymorph has not been used yet though, so it's a bit scary in the face of a potential Polymorph, but it looks like it's going to work out for him right now. LVGE has the ability to put out a lot of pressure, try and... Ooh. He holds back the attack with the Cold Light to be able to trade into one of the 3/3s if it was taken. Unfortunately for him, the Cold Light is taken, but at the same time it's kind of fortunate because it's only a 2/2. Knuckles is an interesting card to get. So when Knuckles attacks a minion, it deals damage to the opponent's hero as well. So it's a beast, a gorilla with some brass knuckles that can attack through taunts basically and still go face. Sidonia is a bit afraid, thinking he might have to potentially Reno again, which would leave him open to Alex Straza being able to try and set up towards that lethal. Starts with the draw. Kazakis finally located. That's what he's needed this whole game. Now he just needs to get in a situation where he has time to deploy the brand Kazakis. And he's going to try and use Siphon Soul to buy that time. That is the damage. Wow, threat counts remaining there for Cydonia. He's got the Drake, the Giant, and Rag remaining, so he's got all of his big threats still in the bottom 5 of his deck. That is super unfortunate that Cydonia's draw lined up this way. Wow, his Reno Lock is so greedy, so many threats. And threats are exactly what you want in this matchup, he just hasn't been drawing them. It's been super unfortunate. He's been unable to mount pressure in a pressure-oriented deck. Looks like Coach is going to be saving this Babbling Book for Bran, potentially. Try and go Bran Babbling Book to increase his chance of finding a random spell that deals face damage. The Frostbolt is still remaining in his deck, so he could also draw the Frostbolt and be able to kill Cydonia with 15 damage that way. Soulfire picked up, not a lot of help there. Cydonia must recognize the peril he's in right now. 15, not a pretty life total. Fireball, Roaring Torch, Frostbolt is exactly the damage remaining in the deck for the Reno Mage player. So you want to be at 1 health total at least higher than 15. So he is going to have to Reno here, and that opens the ability up for LVGE to land the Alexstrasza. And if Alexstrasza gets landed, Cydonia could very well just die the turn after. So LVGE needs to draw Alexstrasza the next turn. Cydonia, recognizing this, knows he does not have enough time for Bran Kazakis, so he wants to get the 10-mana Kazakis potion that'll allow him to gain armor, and then he can try and kill Alexstrasza with it and gain armor in the same turn. So that should be the #1 priority on his mind. So I'm curious if he took gain 10 armor, deal 8 damage, because that would perfectly answer Alexstrasza coming down against him. You got it, summon an 8/8 and gain 10 armor. I can't read the options quick enough when they're coming up, so I'm not sure what his other choices were, but it's not a bad one, that's for sure. Armor is super good, and 8/8s are super good as well. If Alexstrasza doesn't come down, he could just play it on the next turn, or whenever he's able to finally establish, true board control. Bran trying to look for random spells that deal burn damage. That's a fireball. Okay. Coach, immediately after getting a fireball, feels he's free to use his other fireball just for board control. He can't play 3 fireballs in 1 turn, or 2 fireballs and a Roaring Torch in 1 turn. So it doesn't change his max burst to utilize the fireball or not. But now, seeing a fireball gone, Cydonia most likely only thinks there's 9 burst in Coach's deck. So he's going to have the surprise factor potentially. Unless he makes the read that, why would you snap fireball unless maybe you got another fireball? It's a bit interesting. Ragnaros coming down. And the Soulfire. Demon Wrath, not a great card. So you gotta imagine he's pretty comfortable discarding it. Trying to mount an offense, it seems, instead of trying to clear with Twisting or Shadow Flame on that turn. He just wants aggressive power, hoping the Ragnaros sticks around since a fireball's been used, so he can try and maybe Faceless Shambler it. With both Renos being used, face damage is extremely valuable. Emperor is still left in Coach's deck. If he had held onto the fireball, he could have got a sick Emperor discount, allowing him to have some exceptional burst. But he seems to be switching gears completely. He seems to be, instead of going for the burn face plan, after that Babbling Book turn, when he got the fireball, I assumed, this is enough damage to close the game. I think Coach's thought was, this is enough value to end the game, because he is playing more value-oriented than before. 14 burst in the hand. 14-15 if the Azure Drake sticks. Plus, then the 4 from the Azure Drake. So there is lethal on board if Cydonia doesn't answer it or respect it in some way. He can stop the lethal with taunts. Alexstrasza finally picked up a little bit too late. Doesn't hold too much weight now. And there are very few cards left in either player's deck. But if Alexstrasza comes down, then the gain 10 armor is going to stop it from allowing the Fireball, Roaring Torch, Frostbolt finish. Now the question is this the Flame Strike, or is it time to start spending burn on true board control? Is he going to give up the 15 burst to control the board, or is he going to continue focusing on the burnout plan? And time's running out, and it does look like he's giving up the burst damage. So he's holding the Flame Strike, which is a higher value card for later on situations. So with burst being limited, Jiraxxus becomes a lot more powerful. Now the only burst is 9 damage. So if the board can be answered, so even though Cydonia is at 14, he's seen the fireballs gone, so now he knows he's safe. So if he clears the board, he will not die at 14 life. Barring the Kazakus Potion being some sort of damage spell. Because if the Kazakus Potion was a 5 mana one that dealt 5 damage, then he could still die. But we can see that that is not the case. Ooh, Antonidas is in the build here. That's going to allow the additional burn potentially needed to close out this game. Paired alongside the freeze as well. The awkward thing is, he kind of needs to get a ping in face if he wants to be able to set up lethal for the next turn, unless he top decks the Frostbolt, which at this point isn't really a top deck, more of a bottom deck. There's like 3 cards remaining, and one of them's the Frostbolt that ends the game. So I really like Antonidas Frost Nova. But he's going to be a bit more patient with it. He's going to try and make the Antonidas stick, I think. This will bait out the Twisting Nether, or BGH, or Kazakus Potion. It needs to be one of those 3 things, right? Because those are all of Cydonia's answers to this 8/8. Unless he just taunts up and ignores it. Appears to be totally out of resources, though. The coach grinding him out of the game. What an interesting game. Like, it's been really back and forth. Yes. Cydonia has kind of like bottom decked all of his threats, unfortunately for him, but at the same time, the adjustment from like burnout plan to value plan back and forth has been really interesting to watch. And no taunt up there for Cydonia, so that means the Alex is going to connect. So this armor gain is not as good as I thought it was going to be. So that means there's going to be 2 fatigue, or there's going to be 1 fatigue damage, then 2 fatigue damage. So if Coach generates a fireball this turn, and then the only way to generate a fireball is to use a fireball, though. Otherwise, he would be able to set up a 2-turn lethal. But because the only fireball generation he has is the use of a fireball, it gets awkward. He can't create a 15 burst situation anymore. is that Frost Nova last turn a little bit iffy. If he had went Antonidas Frost Nova, then he would have the Fireball Frostbolt still remaining, and he could get that 15 burst situation, but without it, he can't really do that. So he's gonna have to trade. Trade and Doomsayer. He just wants to make sure this giant is gone, but playing that Doomsayer means he's gonna be taking 8 damage to the face, it looks like, and this is a perfect time for Cydonia to be able to play Jiraxxus if he wants, to heal for 1. He doesn't pop him quite yet, but he can't really set up to pop him either, can he, huh? Coach only has 9 damage left, but the fatigue is really going to start setting in hard. And Cydonia can't pop him in time, so I think Cydonia is just donezo. Yeah. The fatigue damage is going to take Cydonia out. It's just, he can't compete with the pure value of the Reno Mage. And that's crazy, because Cydonia's list is super greedy, too. You see the threats in there. He's got Jiraxxus, he had Combo, he had Rag. Granted, a lot of that kind of got messed up by, you know, Dirty Rats and whatever, pulling the Leroy. But it's still pretty crazy. And that's lethal. What? He's not showing the Frostbolt or something? He's laughing a little bit to himself. He missed lethal that turn, but yeah, any line he takes there kind of wins the game. Is this the beginning of the reverse sweep? Are we going to see it? It does appear, at least from my perspective, that LVGE's lineup is designed to counter Reno Lock. He has Anyfin Paladin in there, which is typically quite favored against the Reno Lock. The addition of Kazakus into the metagame kind of changes that a little bit. It gets way closer than it was before, but I would have to say still Anyfin Paladin favored. And then he also has the Rogue in his lineup, which is clearly favored against Reno Lock. One of the best performing decks against Reno Lock. And then his Reno Mage with the Coldlight Oracle seems quite designed to handle Reno Lock pretty well. He was able to handle it from all directions. He had the burn line that he could have went, and he also had the value line, and he ended up going with the value line towards the end there, but Cydonia's not out of the woods. He's gonna start feeling the pressure. So, what was really the big turning point in that matchup? Cydonia got outvalued, so he was doing fine at staying alive. He was able to outlive the burn. Maybe the 2 Renos wasn't the best approach, right? Because that discarded a lot of value to gain heal. So there's like, maybe he could have edged out the Reno a little bit more. So it's definitely risky walking those lines to be able to get more value out of the Kazakus, but even then, we saw he was under so much pressure that he couldn't even brand Kazakus. He had to just Kazakus with brand in his hand alone. So dealing with the pressure that was coming out from the Reno Mage's side, even with the double heal, was too tough to get too much Kazakus value. So yeah, it's really tricky to try and figure out where he could have squeezed in more value there, but both players were forced in a lot of situations where they had to use cards inefficiently. And it came down to one player having cards left and the other player not, and that's kind of what ended the game, so a bit tricky. Anyfin Paladin, Equality, and double Solemn Vigil. Solemn Vigil is so disgusting in the matchup. He's probably eventually going to get one of those turns where you Equality clear and then draw 4 additional cards. It's absolutely bonkers. And then from the other side as well, Cydonia, the best card in the matchup's got to be Mountain Giant, especially going first. And he's got it. So you have to expect he's just going to tap a bunch and then drop down that Mountain Giant. Note taking, note taking, note taking. So, the matchup, the way this plays out. Typically speaking, Reno Lock is on a clock most of the time, but not all of the time. Because sometimes when you get Kazakis and you're able to gain armor, you can outlast the burn of the Anyfin Paladin if you're able to gain armor and polymorph. So you can play the value game, you can be the defender in the matchup, but most often, as the Reno Lock player, you're going to have to try and kill your opponent before they're able to get the double Anyfin off. So there's kind of a little dance there where you start in the beginning as the aggressor, and then as the game continues onward, if the aggression route's not getting it done, then you got to switch into defense mode and try and make sure you can survive the double Anyfin. And trying to figure out when the appropriate time to give up on the aggression is what's going to make, you know, a good Reno Lock versus Anyfin player good. So identifying that key moment is what Cydonia needs to do if he's going to come out on top in this matchup. Whereas from the side of the Anyfin Paladin, the key thing that makes you able to win the matchup is identifying how to properly pressure against Kazakis. Because walking into a 10 mana Kazakis potion that polymorphs all your Murlocs loses you the game. But if you can spend a few turns figuring out a plan that if your Murlocs get polymorphed, you still win the game, then you can get away with it. So trying to play around that and figuring out how to best do that is what the coach is going to need to do to try and win. And for Cydonia to try and win, he needs to figure out the proper time to switch from pressure to survival. Or just win on pure pressure if he's able to draw conveniently enough. But most times there's going to be a switch in there in the middle. But sometimes with Mountain Giant starts, that's all you need. So there's a few options here. You can kill the Mountain Giant with your True Silver Champion. You can play another War Leader and punch your opponent in the face. You could even play the Taunt to try and stop the Mountain Giant. Or you can Equality Clear. It looks like he's going to try and Equality Clear this turn. And he's just trading in the extra recruit to get Solemn Vigil value, it looks like. He wants to play at least one this turn. It's not a strong equality, it's not a weak equality. Could have even just cleared that with True Silver Champion if he wanted to. That's a tricky turn. I'm not sure if equalitying there is optimal. It's equalitying one minion. It's extremely weak for the equality value, but anyway, Cydonia has this cute little Doomsayer that can set up for a really clean Emperor turn. The problem with his current hand is he doesn't have any great things that he wants to Emperor, such as the combo pieces. So instead of going with the Doomsayer to set up for the Emperor, he's just going to try and command the board with an Imp-Gang boss. Which contests the 3-1 super, super clean. Even if it gets True Silvered, it still contests the 3-1. So, True Silvering it down before it grows. Or, you know, pseudo grows by taking value trades and generating additional imps. Emperor can still come down on a clean board if he wants, but he may not opt to go for it just because it doesn't allow his combo to be unlocked. One of the benefits of going for it is smooths out his hand, allows him to get taps in easier, and makes your opponent kind of worried about the combo. We can already see, as soon as that Emperor hit the table, Coach seemed a little bit upset, looked up and to the left. He doesn't have a way to answer this Emperor. No Consecrate. Paladin has a tricky time dealing 1 damage. That's a bummer. You're gonna have to let the Emperor ride. He's gonna attack into it first to try and get maximum Ivory Knight field value. That's a third anyfin. Oh, it's so strong. That's a good way to turn the game around. Faceless picked up for Cydonia, so he could Faceless his Emperor and get more Emperor discounts. That's probably not correct, but it'd be funny. Such a huge hand size for the Emperor discount too. But yeah, if he faces it, he could play his entire hand next turn almost. Definitely wants to be saving the Faceless for combo though. I kinda like the Soulfire here. The Emperor stuck around last turn. Probably stick around this turn. Looks like he's thinking he should Reno before he Soulfires. That makes sense. He's in such a favorable position, you don't want to throw it all away. So as long as you Reno first, make sure you can't discard Reno, then you're going to be able to get the Soulfire, protect the Emperor again. Your opponent clearly doesn't have Consecrate. I like it. That's a good risk analysis play from Cydonia. It makes sense. He's in such a favored position, he doesn't have to do the highest to win line. He has to do the least risky line. That's also pretty good at winning. Just playing cards, really just developing with his mana. Not any particular reason why that minion's good, but I mean, I guess it's a taunt, which kind of helps. Divine Shield doesn't trade easily for the opponent, but Paladin's just looking to try and get back on the board somehow. Save the Murlocs just to get a bunch that synergize with each other. Tempting to play Kazakus here. You can wait for Brand. Or just let it rip now. Looks like he's looking to just clear the board fully, put out as much pressure as possible with the 6/6. You can't fault him for that. That seems like a good way to go. I see. Preserves the health on Reno at the sacrifice of the coil card draw, but he doesn't necessarily need the coil card draw too bad. He's already played Reno though, and he's starting to fall at least a little bit low in life. But the amount of pressure he's putting on is what makes it worth it, right? If Cydonia is able to put out enough pressure, deal enough damage, it can force the second equality out in an awkward way. And if the second equality is forced out, then Cydonia can taunt up, and then anything can't kill him. So health isn't as relevant because one equality has already been used. Humility is pretty nice here. Avenging Wrath for the additional damage. The coach smells blood. He wants to try and finish this game. He sees Reno's already been used, and Cydonia's already down to 23, and he's got 3 Anyfins. He wants to put pressure out. He also needs something that can kind of, I guess, stop the minions more so than just heal him for a little bit of life. You don't want to taunt yet, because there's still the potential for the equality to happen, so you do not want to play Sun Fairy Protector. Tempo Ooze doesn't seem to help too much, but you also don't really want to leave 4 damage up for your opponent. Okay. He's going to take this opportunity just to Jirax's. The Doomsayer's going off. That's going to reduce the cost of the Solemn Vigil down to 1. This sets up lethal if Cydonia top decks exactly Leroy. Uh-oh. That's 10 damage that can come in this turn with the Bluegill and the Avenging Wrath. That's 8 face damage for 6 mana with the Avenging Wrath. I don't know about that Jirax's play. That is risky. And the Mortal Coil is gone to clean up the Bluegill. So that Bluegill could be super awkward to deal with. Cydonia really wanted to, I guess, transition into Jiraxis so that he could gain armor with Kazakis on the next turn. And maybe taunt, but... Or play the Kazakis to get the 10 mana armor. He's got 7.69% to find the lethal here. Holding back the Avenging Wrath. Just trying to get all of the Murlocs out there to start anything. The Murloc Paladin player is going to be able to play anything every turn, and since Cydonia's life is so low, it's pretty much always going to be threatening, or after the second one. The second and third one will both be threatening lethal, right? The second one's going to be 12. I thought the Renalock player was in a really favored position. Well, he does have the taunts going for him, and as long as the second equality isn't picked up, these taunts are going to be quite troublesome. So there basically just needs to be equality here, otherwise Cydonia's ballsy, aggressive Jiraxis play is going to pay off for him, and there's no equality. He's got him, I think. Well, not quite got him. He's got the ability to heal for 20 and buy himself another chance to try and find the equality. And if he finds equality, it's lethal with Pyro Equality, Avenging Wrath to deal 8 face damage. So, it's heal for 20 this turn, and then try and wait out for the equality. Or is there any other line that gives you a higher chance to win the game? He's thinking about just Avenging Wrathing this turn? No. Alright, he's going out for the equality line. I think that's the best line of play to try and win the game. Equality will be lethal unless there is some armor gained, or if Cydonia were to pick up lethal damage himself. 21 damage for Cydonia. So Kazakis for 5 can get lethal. So Kazakis 5 mana potion, deal 5 damage is lethal. Not presented for him here. He's got +4 health. Nothing useful. No deal 5 damage here either, and it doesn't look like any armor gained. So this is a low roll. He had armor, which pretty much instantly won him the game, and he had deal 5 damage, which actually did just win him the game on the spot, and now 10% chance for the Paladin player to find the lethal here. Pretty good revive. That's not equality. 3 anythins and can't get the job done. He still has an incredibly small % chance to win this game right now. The Avenging Wraths and it all goes face. It's unlikely, but you do it anyway, right? Sometimes you get lucky. Imagine if it happens, right? Like, holy smokes. That'd be fantastic. Just lethals him right here with Avenging Wrath. And... Nope. Oh, that would have been a highlight. The one in a bajillion. It's probably statistically impossible to lethal at that point. So Cydonia takes down the Coach LVGE 3-1. Anyfin Paladin has finally been defeated. Team North America is on the table. 1-2 in favor of China. So they kind of proved a point here. And the point is they're kind of proving that Frozen got a bit unlucky because the guy that they queued into LVGE was Frozen. And Frozen had the same exact lineup, it seemed, almost card for card, as Cydonia had. And Frozen got 3-0'd, and Cydonia 3-1 won the series quite handily. So it does appear that they were right on the call of their lineup the first time, and they were correct in their analysis of the situation, that LVGE did get lucky against Frozen's lineup. So re-queuing it with Cydonia made sense, and it worked out for him. I wonder what he's saying. Having a little bit of powwow team discussion while they talk about who they'll be playing next. Cydonia has to continue playing, by the way. So the way that this format works is when you lose a game, or when you lose a series, you're eliminated. So you have to... you're just out for the rest of the day. And if you win a series, you have to continue playing and try and take out as many players as you can take out. If you're able to take out additional players in a row, then you get bonus cash. It's kind of like a game show. So Coach, the Chinese player, was able to take out 2 players from the North American team, and he won about $750 in bonus cash, which was pretty fortunate for him. So able to do that. Now Cydonia also has an opportunity to start getting some of that bonus cash. If he's able to take out the next player that China decides to queue up against him, then he'll be rewarded with bonus cash. You gotta imagine they're gonna be queuing up the biggest NA versus CN rivalry there is right now, which is Jason Zhao versus Cydonia. Jason Zhao and Cydonia fought at BlizzCon, and Jason Zhao eliminated Cydonia in a gruelingly close 3-2 series. And then they fought yet again in the Hearthstone All-Stars in China, and in the finals of the entire tournament, Jason Zhao beat Cydonia 4-3. So you gotta imagine that rivalry is coming up next. I'm excited for it. I hope that's what China deems to do. It does look like it. It looks like the referee there is talking to Jason. So we'll see. Is Cydonia going to be able to finally stop Jason, or is Jason going to continue being the only player in Hearthstone tournaments defeating Cydonia? Because Cydonia's only played 4 tournaments, or 3 tournaments, and he won 2 of them, and then the other 2, he got beat by Jason. So Jason is the only guy that's defeated Cydonia in tournaments, basically. You know, others have defeated him in group stages, but he's the only guy knocking Cydonia out of the tournament. So like, he's lost other games, but he's always gets knocked out by Jason. He's the guy. Jason, by the way, has just been on fire in China. He is quickly becoming a rising star in China. You guys may remember him as the Control Warrior God from BlizzCon. As well as, you know, he's continued his success since then. He won the Gold Series Super Premier Summer Season. And he was the one that took out Tice from BlizzCon, a fan favorite to win all of BlizzCon. Took out Cydonia at BlizzCon. So he has had a very positive track record, and I've spoken to him before when I've casted. I want to see if, before I get into talking too much about him, let's see if he's even the one they pick. It is Jason Zhao. They are definitely picking Jason Z. I guess he changed his name. He abbreviated it. Playing the Warrior, Mage, Priest, and Shaman up against Cydonia's lineup. Bringing a Priest lineup up against a Rogue lineup is a bit curious. But, yeah, things have changed kind of with Priest. With Dragon Priest having, like, so many better pressure minions than before, it's actually not too bad against Rogue. Like, it's not ideal. It's not what you want. But, you know, you can sometimes get the win as the Priest still. A little bit tougher against the Conceal variants of Rogue, but still doable. So... Jay-Z up against Cydonia. The ultimate rivalry of NA versus CN. Will Cydonia be able to overcome his nemesis, or will Jason Zhao continue beating him? And when I was casting these guys, I casted their first face-off at BlizzCon, actually, in the group stages when they played, because they played in the group stages prior to when they played on the big stage, and it came down to a... that was also a 2-3, so that was also a nail-biter series, and after the series, you know, tensions were high, everyone was stressed out, because, you know, this was a rough series, and Jason Zhao loves talking about Hearthstone. He came right up to me after the series and was just telling me all of this stuff about Control Warrior. The guy loves Control Warrior. Unfortunately for us, the Control Warrior appears to be banned, so we won't be seeing any Warrior action. But yeah, I was telling you earlier on the cast, Holy Fire is in their Dragon Priest builds. They love playing Dragon Priest, very aggressive. Having Holy Fire in Argus and Ooze probably helps out a lot against the Rogue matchup. You gotta imagine, with that many pressure cards and actual having burn/removal in the deck, Dragon Priest might become actually favored against Rogue with that sort of tech choice, which is why maybe they're queuing a Priest lineup into a Rogue lineup right now. But yeah, so Jason Zhao walked right up to Cydonia and was kind of discussing the game with him, and it kind of fired some shots at him on accident. I don't know if it was just like a language barrier thing, but they were kind of in the bathroom. Like, everyone was in the bathroom after the game, because the series was like an hour and a half long, so everyone had to pee afterwards. So we're all in the bathroom at the same time, and Jason Zhao and Cydonia start getting into it, and they start talking about the game, and Cydonia's just like, the way you play Warrior is wrong, and just like fired that at him, but didn't mean it offensive at the time. But because tensions were so high, just because the series just ended and it was for BlizzCon, it's like all the marbles, then yeah, Cydonia got a little triggered by that, and that was a heated bathroom moment. So yeah, they definitely have some rivalry going on from the get-go. They didn't have very positive interaction. I'm sure they cleared it up by now. It was just after the intensity of the series, when you have someone come up to you and just kind of say that, drop that bomb on you out of nowhere, understandably, you don't like that guy at that moment. But, you know, Jason's just that sort of person. He just loves talking about the game. And he does it in a very blunt way. What a good little story. Alright, so... the Priest versus the Rogue lineup. Jason Zhao for China. Up against Cydonia from North America. The guy that has knocked Cydonia out of every tournament that Cydonia hasn't won. And the guy, Jason Zhao, is coming off the back of winning winning the Hearthstone All-Steer Series. So that was a major tournament that he just won, so he's got to be feeling good about that. Looks like they're finally ready to get into it. Referees on standby, making sure they don't cheat. Fantastic. Royal armchairs, tense music, intense gameplay. Hearthstone in China. Look at him, he's sitting all the way back in the chair. That's how you know he's comfortable. See, Sidonia's not as comfortable, he's got that space there. People pick up on that. I don't know, let's see you sitting across there. You gotta utilize the entire surface area of the chair effectively. Maximum confidence and comfort. Alright, Aggro Shaman coming up for Sidonia. Finley, right off the bat, one of the best cards against Priest. Because the Totem Hero power, not fantastic against Priest. While as a Hunter or Warlock can usually just be, you know, game outright, right off the bat. Dragon Priest having Shadowward Pain, though, extremely powerful card against Shaman. Able to defuse Totem Golem in the early game. So Rogue, Warrior, Shaman up against Mage, Priest, Shaman. Sidonia altered his ban strategy from the previous series. In the previous series, he'd banned Shaman. And now in this series, he's banned Warrior instead of Shaman. It just shows you the amount of respect people have towards Jay-Z's Warrior here. Coin Totem Golem. It used to be one of the strongest plays in Shaman. Now, if you look at it against Priest, it's good against everything that they can possibly do except Shadowward Pain. It's mostly good. Like all of the 2-drops and whatnot, it contests them pretty well. But the Shadowward Pain, that'll get you. So I kind of like, yeah, he's going to hold the coin. I kind of like it. It's also a little bit awkward against the 2-4 because he doesn't have great ways to trade up into the Wormrest Agent. He is going to get a bit rewarded by holding back because now Jason can't just Shadowward Pain. But Jason still has very strong plays here. No taunts. Nothing too spectacular here. But what is the absolute best one to pick? I think it might be Crusher. I think you have enough value going forward. Oh, he's going to go with Midnight Drake. He just wants something to play on turn 4. That's reasonable too. That fills out the curve the best. It's a very weak card most of the time. I guess in conjunction with Bran could be quite powerful. Now Totem Golem has to be coming out for sure. And you have to imagine the appropriate Totem Golem response is going to be Shadowward Pain. Yeah, no hesitation there. That's what they were saving that card for. And Totem Golem number 2. Terrific. And Midnight Drake fills out the curve quite nicely, but now he has another option. He can brand Powerward Shield as well, unlocking some super powerful turn 5 plays. He has all of the crazy turn 5 plays with Bran on field. What punishes Bran? Coin Jade Lightning punishes it pretty good, but then Jade Lightning punishes all of your plays, right? You would be able to kill the Midnight Drake as well, so I think this is the best against Coin Jade Lightning that he can do. It's not looking terrific for the Dragon Priest at the moment, but it's also not looking terrific for the Shaman. It's both decks are kind of, neither one really has board. They kind of like, it could go really either way with which one's going to really take hold of this board here. Because Jason does have the swing turns with Blackwing Corruptor coming up. And Sidonia's hand has a lot of removal, but can run out of value kind of quick. Go with the Claws plus Lightning Bolt instead of Coin Jade Lightning. Just start getting some of these weapon charges established. Makes sense to me. He's got 2 sets of Jade Claws. You gotta get him out sometime. This does overload him a lot more though. Now he's overloaded for 2. But he still has the ability to play any combination of cards in his hand he wants, thanks to the ability of the coin. So yeah, Sidonia's line of play there seems to make sense. Seems quite powerful. He can still Coin Jade Lightning next turn if he needs to. I think because of that fact, that's why Jason Zhao goes with the Discover here instead of the Blackwing Corruptor, because the Blackwing Corruptor would die to the Lightning, whereas this has enough health that it can survive just about anything. Sidonia can utilize Coin Jade Lightning plus Weapon if he wants to full clear, or he can start ignoring the board and try and turn on the Jets, start going face if he wants, but still going to opt for board control. He's got a lot of Jade cards, and you got to imagine that factors into his decision here. His Jades are going to be a 3-3, and cementing his board control is quite powerful. But now the Blackwing Corruptor comes down. The Jade Lightning's out of the way, there's limited ways to trade into it. Clean up this Totem Golem. Yeah. Dragon Priest seems to have secured the board for the most part. Shaman is definitely on the back foot now. Ugh. Well, you could pull Patches out with the Pirate. And the Weapon and Feral Spirits. And give up on this board control idea and start jamming some face. Once you've lost board, usually the direction to go is face. He could kill the 2-3, help around Holy Nova a little bit, but I think if your opponent has Holy Nova, you lose anyway. So I'm not opposed to just jamming everything face either. Huh? Sidonia loves that board control though. He's gonna try and maintain it. Which, he has a Drake in and a Thalnos in hand, so that supports the board control theme. It's just how much do you really want to rely on continuing to draw board control minions. It's pretty tough to out-board control a Dragon Priest, unless Sidonia is able to find Flame Tongue Totem. Flame Tongue Totem would really change the tides of things. That's not a Flame Tongue Totem. It's a lot of damage. Now you can't really trade to play around anything, unless you want to just kill the Drake to play around Holy Nova. But if you do that, then your board's too weak anyway. Yeah. Sidonia's going to pick now to give up on the board, which I think is definitely a fair interval of time to go all face. I think I would have committed the turn earlier, but his line makes sense and works out. Oh, man. Oh, jeez. Ouch. Dragonfire Potion and Holy Nova both kind of did the same thing there, but He's gotten a decent chunk of damage in, and he hasn't really played too much of his burn. The problem is enough pressure on the board just to kill him outright. It's a taunt totem. Even a taunt totem wouldn't have done it. Dragon Priest on the board. The Priest lineup versus the Rogue lineup. Priest able to get a win right out the get-go. That matchup, a lot of people think, you know, super heavy Dragon Priest favored or what have you, but it's actually pretty close. If you look at the large-scale statistics on the matchup, you're going to find, I think, it's very, very close to 50-50, if not Shaman favored, actually, which is mainly due to the power of Flame Tongue Totem, which Sidonia was unable to find, but it can just really make the small minions left on board super powerful. And even though he wasn't able to find Flame Tongue Totem, if there wasn't an AoE there for Jason, with Jason having a really good curve already, then JZ would have just got ran over by the zoo swarm of Shaman minions. And you gotta remember, like, Sidonia's start was very poor this game. He did not have the early game cards that he wanted in the beginning. So the Chinese do not respect Shaman very much, though. They have not banned Shaman all tournament. China does not fear Shaman, which is really interesting, because you look at the North American scene, and you look at the European scene, and you look at most of the open tournaments, people are going to be banning Shaman in a lot of the tournament scene. So it's pretty interesting that the Chinese scene, or at least as much as I've seen of it in the last 2 players, so not a big sample size, seem to be focused on trying to find ways to counter Shaman rather than banning it. And here comes the Ronald Mage trying to do just that. Reno Jackson Mage looks fairly standard up against the Rogue from Sidonia. He's rocking the double conceal questing adventure Miracle Rogue, which is fairly standard as well. And this matchup depends heavily on the tech choices in the Reno Mage. So if the Reno Mage is pure value oriented and something like a Life Coach or a Strife Crow style Reno Mage where you just have like Kabbalist Tome and heavy value cards and not a lot of burn, then you're going to struggle against Rogue, because one of the best ways to beat Rogue is straight up killing them because they have no heal. However, if you're playing a burn heavy focused Reno Mage that's kind of got like a Freeze Mage shell going on with draw and burn, then you're going to be heavily favored against Rogue. So it all comes down to how Jay-Z has this constructed. And from the cards we just saw the cards that are in every form of Reno Mage. So the cards we got to look out for are Burgling Bully, Archmage Antonidas, Pyroblast, Inkmaster Solia, anything like that. Those cards are going to be crazy good against Rogue, as well as just jamming in as many freezes as you can. So Frost Nova is going to be super good. But if none of those cards are in there, then you're going to give Rogue enough time to do Rogue things. And when Rogue does Rogue things, they kill Reno Mage. Right off the bat, Manic Soulcaster, typically seen in value-oriented Reno Mages. So he may not have the additional burn that's needed to rush down this matchup, so it can be quite difficult for them to win. In the value-oriented ones, when rushing down your opponent's not an option, then you need to try and find Ice Block, and then Reno plus a Freeze. And then if the freeze isn't Frost Nova, get an Emperor discount on the freeze. Otherwise, your opponent's going to be able to pop you and then conceal, and then you can't interact with their board. Then you have to Reno and then take a bunch of damage again. So outlasting the Rogue damage through conceal can be quite difficult, but is possible, thanks to the power of Ice Block and freeze effects. But obviously that's a lot more cards necessary than if you were the aggressive route. So oftentimes the aggressive variants of Reno Mage are a lot more favored than the defensive variants. Not a Buccaneer start, but still, Swashbuckler start's not too bad. Able to get in a lot of free damage here for the rogue player. Acolyte of Pain. That's an interesting one. Acolyte of Pain. I wonder if that's in place of Arcane Intellect or if that's alongside Arcane Intellect. Now, if that's alongside Arcane Intellect, that's going to be super good because draw is very important in this matchup. As I was saying, the way you win is getting the checkmate situation of Reno, Ice Block, and an Emperor Proc on the Freeze and the Reno. So like Blizzard Reno in the same turn. Or Frost Nova Reno Ice Block. Basically, you need a 3 or a 4 card combo to be able to kind of close that. And you need to do it before Rogue does Rogue stuff. And they have a lot more draw than you have, so it can be quite tricky. So all the draw you can possibly have in your deck always helps in this matchup. No matter which way you slice it, Sidonia is probably going to have to give Jason 2 cards off this Acolyte. Since he does run questings, he does have the ability to play the Edwin this turn if he wants. Just get a nice little 4/4 out there to pressure. It does make the Servant of Yogg next turn a little bit worse, right? Because it can target your own Edwin. I guess I don't know the ratio of buffs to spells that kill it, but I imagine there's more spells that kill it than buff it. One damage face. Backstab Edwin or not? Does look like he's going for the backstab at least. Now the Edwin, who knows? He's poking with a dagger, so that means not Fan of Knives, which means probably Edwin. So it looks like he's going 6/6 though. Cycling both backstabs. That does remove a little bit of gadget food, but it puts out the most amount of pressure. And we can see Jason's hand, no current answer besides maybe Frostbolt plus Doomsayer, which is potentially good enough of an answer because Sidonia's got no answer to the Doomsayer. He needs to find sap right here, right now. Well, he's got Leroy. Leroy is a little bit scary though, because you fall in that situation where Volcanic Potion, Blizzard, all that sort of stuff starts to get you. With no backstabs going forward, it cuts a little bit into the gadget cycle potential, but not a lot. Like, usually Reno Mage doesn't have too many minions on the field that you can actually backstab anyway. Could have YOLO'd Servant of Yogg around there and just nailed the silence or something. But obviously that's unlikely to happen, and he's prioritizing saving the body on the minion. And we do see, yeah, additional draw in Jason's deck. He runs Arcane Intellect and Acolyte of Pain, and Acolyte drew 2 this time. So if he's able to find Ice Block, he's already got the whole, trifecta of ways to make it so that the rogue cannot kill you. And he's already got Emperor and Alex. So these are all of the best cards in the matchup for sure. And on the other side of things, we have Sidonia. He's got Gadget Coin Conceal with the coin already spent. And Sidonia Jay-Z just used his coins. Now he can't coin Flame Strike even if he had it. Uh-oh. That's going to be a lot of draw next turn coming out of Sidonia, potentially. But since those backstabs were used earlier to pump the Edwin, and that didn't really work out for him, he does not have the ability to, start off next turn by backstabbing the 3/4 and drawing a card. So he has to kind of play a minion to combo the Eviscerate unless he finds another spell. He's already got the Ice Block. So even if Jay-Z gets popped later on in the game, he's going to be able to Frost Nova and Reno in the same turn. So he might just be able to outlast the rogue. He's got all of the tools necessary to do it now. This isn't looking good for Rogue. The dream hand, dude. So how does Sidonia win against this? He's gonna need to make the questing super big. He's only got one conceal left. He's going off with the questing now. He's trying to be super aggressive with it. Makes sense. So playing the questing, the downside of playing the questing that turn is he only had 2 spells to play with it in his hand currently. So if he doesn't hit prep or counterfeit coin, he plays into Flame Strike super, super hard. The positive side, he establishes another threat to make it more difficult for Jason to react to it, and lowers the value of Firelance Portal. The other downside is he gets to cycle less cards with no current cycle cards in his hand, because he has to commit the questing that turn. So if he doesn't hit something like Drake or Prep on that cycle, then he could very easily find himself in a situation where he gets run out of resources. So there's plus and minuses either way, either line he takes with questing or not questing. And I'm not sure which is better, but he felt, you know, Jason's hand is strong and he needs to put out pressure. Oh wow, double potion, clear the board completely. Not a bad little battling book. Ooh, second counterfeit coin drawn as soon as the gadget goes down. Well, I think it's time for Servant of Yogg-Saron, Coin Tomb Pillager. Try and set up lethal. That would put out 10 pressure on the board. You just saw that there's no Flame Strike from your opponent. I'm just going to hold on to the Servant of Yogg and the coin. Just in case he draws second gadget, this gives him a better reload. It also does set up lethal on board, but this lethal is never going to connect. Because the minions are so weak. Your opponent's definitely going to have an answer to one of them. Ooh. That makes it awkward. If he gets popped this turn, he can't Reno freeze. But I guess he doesn't need to Reno freeze. He can get popped. Right? 15, 16, 17, 18 damage for Sidonia. So he has the ability to pop Jay-Z. And with that line of play, it's kind of just like, I hope there's no Reno. He can't pop while establishing any sort of real threat, which is kind of a bummer. He gets Servant of Yogg-Saron into Flare later on. He could set up for that, but that's lower odds than hoping your opponent doesn't have Reno. Pops him at 4 so we can take out a Whelp. Try and make it awkward to remove Leroy. The 7/6 has to trade into the Leroy. That's kind of unfortunate. He can clear the board and add an additional Reno to his deck. I'm gonna go with Kazakis instead. Takes a 10 mana spell. I like deal 8 in this matchup a lot because Rogue can't really heal, and a lot of times their threats are just one singular big minion, like one Questing or one Edwin. And sometimes it's an 8/8 and you just knock it off, or sometimes you just kill him by using it as basically a Pyroblast to the face. So deal 8, mystery, and then plus 6 health. I think purple is Is that revive? Goes face, leaves up the Buccaneer. Could have killed it with Forbidden Flame if he wants, but he wants to get more value out of the Forbidden Flame. Servant Yogg's run doesn't take the game. Hey, that's not too bad. That is a good 5-4. If Sidonia is able to find gadgets and Auctioneer, he will be able to cycle a lot of cards in his deck. I'm not sure to what avail, but he could make it happen. Kazakis Potion does something, then does 8 damage. Phantom Knives, no help. Questing is good for the next turn. The question is there going to be a next turn? At the moment, yes. But Sidonia doesn't know that. I think he has to gamble on the fact that there's going to be a next turn. He doesn't really have any other options. So he's just got to hope his next draw is Gadget, and then he goes Questing, Gadget, all spells that clear your entire board, then Conceal. And then he hopes there's no freeze, and then he kills him the next turn. And there's going to be bad news for him when his board gets frozen. It's not going to cut it. So, the talking moments about this game and kind of what happened was Sidonia was really aggressive with his Edwin Van Cleef in the beginning, which was very strong, but also very risky. Not having a way to deal with Doomsayer while doing that's a risk. And if it were to get Fireball or Polymorphed, you lose a lot of food for your Gadgets and Auctioneer. You also lose the ability to play it later on in the game, when it's at its strongest point. So you gotta wonder if maybe the Rogue has a higher percent chance to win the game being more patient. Well, he felt that his hand justified going for it, probably just because he's like, I got enough fuel with Gadget later on anyway. And then the way it worked out is he got a little bit unfortunate on some of the Gadget draws without finding prep or anything for it to be able to fuel the Gadgets and Auctioneer. Well, is that the most optimal way to do it or not? Is not a question that has a one-word answer, that's for sure. So some decision making and stuff there, you can look at ways to play the game out differently with the timing of things. Because Reno Mage is very lackluster on pressure, so being able to set up an optimal turn to cycle through your deck better, you can wait a few turns, you can let them play things in order to be able to get more cards off your Gadgets and Auctioneer later on. Looks like Noodle has fallen asleep. Noodle is so confident in Sidonia that he feels we won't need to unleash the Noodle today, and he has just fallen asleep and believes he doesn't even need to play. Doesn't even need to play. Sidonia is just going to carry him home, and he can sleep on the desk. I guess after that loss, though, he's starting to wake up. See him pick his head off the desk there. May have to unleash the Noodle. Now that Reno Mage hand, though, I was saying before the game, that's how Reno Mage is going to be able to win, is if they're able to get the Ice Block, and the Reno, and the Freeze. And he just got all of them in like his top 10. But anyway, it looks like we're going to a brief intermission. Players take a break, talk with their teams, figure out strategy, use the restroom, eat some of those damn strawberries. I don't know. But we'll be right back.
好，我是来自伊斯达战队的 Jason 周，我现在是一名职业的主播加选手，我最喜欢的卡组是防战，我最喜欢的卡牌是血吼，我玩炉石传说是差不多2年半之前开始玩的，当时就觉得这个游戏挺好玩，然后又能让自己就有一些思考的机会吧，所以我就一直玩了下来。这个版本其实还是挺有意思的，因为有3个阵营。那3个阵营里面，我最喜欢的可能是暗金教，因为暗金教这个版本里面宇宙体系特别厉害，然后宇宙体系考虑到会考验一个选手的他的对全局的把握能力。那我比较喜欢玩这种控制卡组，所以我比较喜欢暗金教一点。其实到现在为止，大大小小的比赛已经打过挺多，然后拿的奖项也挺多。最主要的3个奖项应该是黄金炉石的夏季赛冠军，然后暴雪全明星邀请赛的冠军，还有一个是嘉年华的4强。那最大的应该是那个全明星邀请赛的冠军吧。这次中美对抗赛的目标就是让外国选手过来免费旅游一趟。
All right. So that was a little bit more about Jay-Z. No idea what was said, but I can give you a little bit of information that might have been said. He might have talked about how his favorite class is Warrior. Might have talked about how he's the winner of the 2016 Gold Super Premier Summer Series. His second favorite class is Miracle Rogue. He also got top 4 at BlizzCon. And he's also playing Mid-Range Shaman, featuring an Acidic Swamp Ooze as a tech card, Bloodlust, which I think honestly is just staple in Mid-Range Shaman, and the new card, the Heal Man. 4 mana, 3/6, Overload 1, Heal for 6, Jinyu Water Speaker. Interesting. Mid-Range Shaman, how does that fare against Rogue? Typically speaking, Aggro Shaman's gonna perform much better against Rogue, but Mid-Range Shaman has better matchups where in particular, really? It's got better matchups against some of the Control-ier decks. Definitely has better matchups against Control Warrior. Not a lot of people play that, but maybe Jason Zhao over-respects Control Warrior because he himself plays it so actively. But yeah, Mid-Range Shaman, a blast from the past. Not a deck you see a lot of the time. It's my favorite deck in all of Hearthstone to play. Which I know a lot of people probably not happy about that, because Mid-Range Shaman was so cancerous in the meta for so long. It's currently was one of my favorite decks to play. Mid-Range Shaman versus Aggro Shaman. This is a heavily favored matchup for the Mid-Range Shaman, in my opinion. Well, not heavily. I'd say slightly favored. As favored as you can really get against Shaman, you know, it's tough to be all that favored against Shaman. It keeps Lightning Storm off the mulligan. Great card in the matchup. Shuts down a lot of the piratey starts. Most of the pirates have 1 to 2 health, so they fall right in that Lightning Storm range, and wow, what a hand for the mid-range Shaman. 2 AoEs, a Totem Golem, and a Heal Man. He's in business. So the most important thing in this matchup is the board control, or in any sort of Shaman mirror, or even Aggro Shaman mirror, or whatnot. So you want to try and find your early game minions that allow you to control the board. Tunnel Trog, Spirit Claws, Jade Claws, Totem Golem, and even sometimes Lightning Bolt are super good in the early stages. So the choice here, Tunnel Trog or Finley, does it matter? Is one better than the other? So the upside of Tunnel Trog is if you top deck Totem Golem, you get to play Totem Golem on turn 2, which buffs the Tunnel Trog to be able to trade into things potentially. The benefit of Finley is you get to know what hero power you have, so you can set up to utilize it better in future turns. You also get to save Tunnel Trog for guaranteed value, potentially. So it's not an easy snap decision. I do like Tunnel Trog better, though, because it also sets up for Jade Claws off the top to be able to allow you to kill off the Totem Golem if you want. No Jade Claws, though, so this Totem Golem is going to do work. And we see Jason immediately falls back in his chair, just super relieved that Totem Golem is getting work done. It's super important. He can't Maelstrom Portal this turn, though, so Sidonia is going to take this opportunity to develop the 1-health Pirates. And they can't die as easily. At least not for free, right? Cleanup crew coming in. Spirit Claws able to finish off the minions. Well, Sidonia's got Burn. He's got Burn and a Fire Blast Hero Power. You have to imagine he's just going to start Feral Spirits and going face. Seems like the only direction the hand has. So, limited options for Sidonia here. I mean, that's Aggro Shaman, though. It's a one-dimensional deck. Sometimes you're able to actually get unique things happening, but most of the time, you just play aggressively. Jinyu Water Speaker is going to be huge. Because now Sidonia is forced into this situation where he's going all face, and Jason's still at 22, and he's going to heal up to 28. That's pretty much lights out. Sidonia, realizing that there's no way he can go over the top and win the game, tries to start pinging for value. That's a good top deck. Okay. Just gonna go with the Jade Lightning here, creating a 1/1. At least it gets the weapon charge out of the way. Holds back the Tunnel Trog as it would just die on board for free to the Totem Golem. He wants to get more value out of it. And a cute little play from Jason here, noticing that he could do, since he's Sidonia's trading a lot, he could have actually used the Heal Man on his Totem Golem. I think I would have liked that better. Take the value trade with the 3/2 into the 1/1, heal that guy up, save that weapon charge, so then you have Thalnos plus Maelstrom Portal plus the 3 damage weapon start instead of a 1 damage weapon charge. But hard to imagine too many ways he loses while just healing himself instead. So I think either line probably wins him the game. Just depends on how much you want to read into what Sidonia is doing. He hasn't used too much burn. Like, using Jade Lightning to trade isn't too much burn to be sent out, but Patch is already out of the deck. Maelstrom Portal could get something good. Mana Worm's good. That's a card. Unfortunately, Patches being gone means he can't play the Buccaneer to clean up the 3/1, so Mana Worm's not quite able to do enough if you Lava Burst. I guess Mana Worm sticks on the board because you force the trade into the Trog. Okay. Second Storm's just brutal, though. So now Sidonia's only hope is the Flame Wraith Faceless. He needs to stick a Flame Wraith Faceless in. It's going to be really hard to stick a Flame Wraith Faceless while your opponent has a Hex in their hand. Oh god. The Buccaneers are going to come down and he's going to get wiped by the 3rd AoE. Oh jeez. That's brutal. That's just disgusting. Holy smokes. Sometimes they get you. Mid-range Shaman. It's not totally extinct. Some people still play it instead of the aggro variant. Wow, that's kind of BM. Fanning yourself. When you know you've won. I don't know if it's BM or not, but I see a guy just start fanning himself mid-game against me. For some reason, I immediately think it's BM. And it's probably not. But that's the immediate thing that jumps in my head. Because I'm just an angry person. Jay-Z, the Sidonia Slayer. This is going to be the 3rd time Jay-Z has eliminated Sidonia from a tournament. Sidonia has a really good track record right now against everyone in Hearthstone except Jay-Z. The Sidonia Slayer. This guy This is his third consecutive time defeating Cydonia in a row. Last time he defeated Cydonia was in the Hearthstone All-Stars playoffs, which was last month, not even 30 days ago, in the All-Stars playoffs. So the finals of the tournament, he defeated Cydonia. So this guy has Cydonia's number. Just every time they encounter, he's the only guy that can take down Cydonia. No one else is able to do it except for Jay-Z. And that's our Canadian representative from the North American team down. So now it is all left to Big Sock Chalk and the Noodle. So, you gotta imagine we're gonna save the Noodle for last. So you gotta imagine Chalky's gonna be stepping up to the plate to try and take down Jason Zhao. But it's not looking pretty for North America. 3-1. Ouch. Look, crazier things have happened, man. There's definitely the ability for sweeps and whatnot. So the lineup they're looking to try and beat right now. They have to beat the Dragon Priest, which runs... Oh. Okay, so I just got word from production that that was actually the last match. There will be the rest of the series played out tomorrow. So the way that the format, I guess, works is the day is over when one team gets to 3 points. So the Dragons, Team China, is at 3 points, up against North America at 1 point. So Chalky and Reynad are remaining to try and fight down the 4 remaining Chinese players. So it's 2 players up against 4 players, and it will be concluded tomorrow at the same time. So we're going to start at 4:30 a.m. Eastern Time, and we will be seeing if Chalky and Reynad can withstand the wrath of pretty much the entire Chinese team except for the coach. Cydonia, the only player able to get a point on the board thus far from Team North America. So there's the breakdown of what happened. We had Dog versus Coach. Coach destroys Dog. We had Frozen versus Coach. Coach destroys Frozen. We had Cydonia versus Coach. Cydonia destroys Coach. And then we had Jason Zhao versus Cydonia. And Jason Zhao destroys Cydonia. There's been a lot of 3-0s. 3 3-0s and 1 3-1. That's pretty crazy. And it's Conquest too, which, typically speaking, Conquest is a pretty difficult format to get a 3-0 in if everyone's bringing well-rounded decks, and we haven't seen super targety things. It's mainly just been well-rounded decks, but you know, sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. Anyway, guys, I will be signing off for today. We will see if North America can try and come back and fight their way back in this series and take it for day 2 of North America versus CN tomorrow at 4:30 a.m. Eastern Time. So if you guys want to tune into that, make sure you set your alarms, because I'm going to set 3. But that's all for today. Thanks everybody for tuning in. I appreciate everybody showing up and hanging out for the cast today. Take care and have a good rest of your day.
Storm. This weekend only, play all heroes free.
加基森，充满机遇的都市。加基森，校园弥漫着街。加基森，处处都有欺骗。枪声响，叮当叮叮当，喝爆酒鼓鼓囊囊。加基森从来没有底线。加基森哪儿都危险。 为了消灭对手和帮助盟友，我们穿梭在街上。看看你的周围，坏蛋成堆，好戏就要上演了。这就是加基森。现在谁才是老大
？10多年了，谁说青春不能重来？ 我们一直都在。暴雪独家授权，唯一认证官方对战平台。魔兽争霸3 1v1、2v2快速匹配，高套排舞经典模式，最新最全 RPG 地图，原版作者入驻，全平台首发，持续更新。首创 RPG 天梯模式，暴雪授权，权威 RPG 电竞赛事，多人 OB 弹幕互动。 大神比赛随时关注，简单、快速、轻松上手，更多功能即将到来。经典赛季模式加入黄金赛体系，线下赛事同步开启，重燃 RTS， 电竞激情，青春重燃，我们一直都在。
Alright, I guess we don't get the sound in English or Chinese for the interview. So I guess I'm just gonna call it, guys. Sorry about that. I thought the interview we'd be able to hear. But guess not. So anyway, see you guys tomorrow.